Hello, welcome to the Adventure Corner. I'm your host, Robot Spacer. I think, probably, pretty sure. Culinary Disaster, good vibes to you as well. Silver Streak, hello, hello. Distracted by BG3 shenanigans. Are you still making characters? I hope you've moved on to playing the game by now. But if you're still enjoying making characters, that's great. Edenwaith, hello. Haven't completed the first Baldur's Gate for the Mac, of course. Oh gosh, I have not played any Baldur's Gates. Yeah. Puzzle, hello. I hope all is well with you as well. Slat Studio, it's adventure in time. It sure is. I hope we can do some adventures. Edenwaith, the notification said I should ask about your bugs. Yes, please. Thank you for asking about my bugs. We have a new random access in insects redeem that I suddenly decided to add like an hour ago. And I'm very happy I decided to do this. But it's there if you would like to redeem it. No pressure, though. Silver says, my Dragonborn monk is currently avoiding his very thirsty party members and trying to solve a refugee crisis. Oh no, I hope everyone gets something to drink and that their thirst is quenched. Just saw a trailer for Danger-esque adventure game. Nice. Let me do some shout outs first. Culinary, I hope Secret of Mana is going well. So this cat, this cat here, I don't think it's quite right. It's very close, but I don't think it's quite right. I kind of feel like it looks like the cat does not have any limbs. Like the body shape is not quite right somehow. I did adjust it from what I originally drew based on some suggestions that I was giving it too human of a neck, which I think was good and correct. But I think I didn't quite go far enough with that change. Secret of Mana is very fun so far. Nice. Does the cat need more Garfield mood? Maybe. But I feel like that's not quite it. Thought cats were liquid. That's true. That is true. The cat looks like it's thinking you are suspicious / incredulous. I think that's accurate. I think that's roughly what we're going for. So thanks. Silver, I am excited for your upcoming Transformers Devastation. Is that the one you decided on? I am not too familiar with that particular Transformers game, but I'm excited to check it out. Hello, NK. Good to see you. Glad you could stop by. Feel like if he had a bit of distinction on his forelegs towards the bottom and some shading on his chest, he'd be good to go. See, I feel like... Let's go ahead and switch. I feel like there should be a bit of suggestion of leg up here. Like this should come out just a little bit. I feel like that's what's bugging me. But I'm super not a cat expert, and we couldn't find quite the right reference. Distinction on his forelegs towards the bottom and some shading on his chest. So like some shading in this area just to give a little of a tufts of fur effect. I think that could help. That look when you tell the cat you're out of their favorite food. Oh no, Brisket would be so upset. Val, did I say hi to you? I feel like I missed you. Baldur has so many gates. It does indeed. There's just a number of them. I don't actually know how many there are. At least 3, though, I assume. Do I dare go looking for more cat reference? Is that what we need to do here? Let me review my previous cat references. Y'all won't be able to see them, but just know that I'm looking at pictures of cats and that they're not quite helpful. It's interesting. Let's see if I can get this on the screen here. This should be doable. One moment. There we go. Wait, what? That's weird. Why is it being weird? Okay. Everything's weird. We're almost there. Okay, there we go. Wait, did that work? I think that worked. Okay. Okay, so here's my cat reference. And now that I'm looking at this, like, geez, those front legs start really far down. So I don't know, maybe I'm wrong. But then we have this, and like, there's a lot of like lumpiness up here. Whereas our cat is just kind of, I don't know, more concave, I guess. That one's not really helpful in this scenario. Same with that one. But yeah, I feel like, you know, on both of these images, we have like kind of a bit of a bulging out down here that is not really in my drawing. And up here, it starts up higher. But I feel like we can improve that a little bit. All I can think of is that heavy breathing meme cat following a diet. I'm not familiar with this. I think you kind of nailed it looking at these cats. Interesting. Maybe I shouldn't worry about it? I don't know. I think I want to tweak it a little bit. Just a tiny bit. Like, I just think we need a little bit of a, oops, y'all can't see what I'm pointing at. Just a little bit of a bulge here, I think would help. It should come out instead of continuing to curve in. So let's try that. It'll make me happy, I think. Let's see. Back to my shout outs. Eden Waith streams on Sundays over on his wife's channel. What have y'all been playing recently? I have not had an opportunity to catch your streams in a while. Slat Studio, of course, one of many game devs in the chat, working on Betrayed Alliance. Perhaps more of a dismissive, judging look. Oh, do you think I didn't nail that well enough? Okay, let's do a save as. Oh yeah, I made a couple microphone tweaks. I noticed two things. One was that my P's were popping a little too much. I think I had the microphone a little too close to my face. I have a different windscreen I can use, but I decided it's better to just not get the microphone as close to my face as I had it on my last stream. So I will do my best. And then I also noticed the past few streams, there's been this kind of low buzzing noise that's not great. And it turns out I had shoved a bunch of the mic cords up into my cord wrangler thing that's got, you know, mostly power cords and stuff like that. And I realized that was my mistake. I should not have done that, which is a bummer because I don't know what to do with these mic cords. They're all over the place right now. I'll have to figure something else out. It's a mess. Things are complicated. Also, I just realized we don't have any music. Let's get a little music. We like some music. I like some music. Hopefully everybody does. We finished Torrent's Passage and now started the original Sam & Max. Nice. What did you think of Torrent's Passage? Is that the first time you played it, or have you played it before? I watched Ghoulbabe play some of that, and it was interesting, is what I'll say. I feel like I didn't really see enough of it to properly judge it, but I was not super impressed with what I did see. It seemed like a little like it's Al Lowe trying to make a kids game, and I feel like he maybe isn't the best at that, is the impression I got. Like Torrance Passage more than King's Quest VII. Interesting. I was not fond of King's Quest VII when I first played it, but when I played it on stream, gosh, was that last year at this point? I found it pretty enjoyable. It definitely appealed to me more than it did originally. I think it helps to, like, you know, when it first came out, I wanted it to be something different, but now I've accepted what it is. So like it helps to have that mindset going into it. You know what it is and what you're gonna get from it. I should have stuck with the boob jokes. Puzzle said, I had a lot of fun with Torrance Passage when I played it as a teenager. Need to give it another shot one of these days. Interesting. Was 19 when I first played King's Quest VII, but didn't care for the Disney-esque. So I would have been... I don't know, let's not think about that. I would have been older than 19, probably. Wait, what year did that come out? '94. Oh, wait, I would have been younger. I would have been 17 when it first came out. Okay, interesting. I probably didn't play it until I was about 18, is my guess. But yeah, I wanted more of the King's Quest VI style. King's Quest V, King's Quest VI, like that art style, but higher res would have been the ideal King's Quest for me, I think, at that point. And like I didn't necessarily mind the more animated style, but the way they executed it just didn't quite appeal to me. All right, I did a save as. So what I'm thinking here is just kind of it's kind of like that. We'll keep the little tuft there. Where do we leave off on shoutouts? I have not caught a lot of Ann K streams, but I have enjoyed what I have caught. Let's see, I think the last one was Snatcher SD, excuse me. I almost said HD, which is a different thing entirely. Snatcher SD is a very interesting game. That one was a while back, I believe. Deovor, hello, good to see you. Appreciated that TP avoided dead ends and allowed the player to start at any chapter. Yeah, that's interesting. Especially avoiding dead ends for a Sierra game is a big change from their earlier games. I think King's Quest VII did that as well, right? Like, I feel like they kind of started doing that with all or most of their games. Ooh, first of all, thank you for the follow. Good to have you here. Mzizi has redeemed random access insects, which I'm very excited about. Thank you. Okay, so this book has been on my desk since I first shared it as a thing I found in the basement, and I keep thinking I would love to look at this book more on stream, and then I realized, oh, I can totally just do that. It's fine. So I added this redemption. You can pick a page of my insect book, or I can pick one at random for you. Emmy has selected page 14 on studying and collecting insects. Our knowledge of many insects is still so incomplete that a serious amateur can look forward to becoming a specialist doing his own scientific research. Where to look? Practically everywhere, in fields, gardens, woods, roadsides, beaches, and swamps, under stones, rotted logs, and leaves. Look in flowers, on grass, on animals, too. You'll find insects in the air, in and on water, on and in the ground. When to look? Insects are most common in late summer and early fall, but experienced collectors can find them in all seasons. Some groups of insects are more common at night. Remember that when collecting. In winter, concentrate on protected spots, as under stones and bark. Watch for insects in egg cases or in the resting stage, pupae. What to do? Studying insects is not confined to catching them and mounting them in collections. Raising live insects to study their habits is exciting. Anyone can have an insect zoo in old glass jars. Collect immature insects, larvae, provide them with proper food, and watch them grow. Let's see, how long is this? We'll read at least the rest of the what to do section here. Watch caterpillars shed their skins, spin a cocoon or form a chrysalis, and emerge as a moth or butterfly. See worm-like larvae become flies or beetles. Raise a colony of ants, bees, or termites. You will learn more from live insects than from dead specimens. Whatever you do with insects, you will need some understanding of what insects are and how they live. Use this book, then read some of the other books suggested. Most important, go out and look at insects. Catch them if you wish, but watch them first. See how they move, how they feed, and what they do. Great advice! Let's look at these drawings a little better. We got a nice little cigar box full of insects. We have, looks like some sort of terrarium type of thing. We have that specimen does not look alive anymore, unfortunately. We have a nice little net, and we have a jar of poison. Is that what's happening there? Great drawings all around, though. Thank you for that redemption, Emmy. Also, hello. I don't think I said hello. One of the hardest to find in that collected series is the Mushroom Book. Oh, interesting. Yeah, that's a good thing to talk about a little bit. So, I love these books. I have, sadly, but two of them. These two here. Rocks and Minerals and Insects. There's a nice list on the inside cover of all the ones available, at least as of this publishing. Birds, butterflies and moths, cacti, casino games, wow. Fishes, fishing, flowers, fossils, geology, herbs and spices, Indian arts, insect pests, insects, mammals, non-flowering plants, orchids, pond life, reptiles and amphibians, rocks and minerals, seashells of the world, seashores, Sky Observer's Guide, spiders and their kin, stars, trees, tropical fish, weather, weeds. Okay, so we didn't even get mushrooms in there, so clearly they've added some over time. But the interesting thing about these books is that they still publish them, but the covers are not nearly as good now. They actually have the same, or at least extremely close to the same printing and design on the inside, but the covers have been like redesigned and modernized, and they're not nearly as good. I'm honestly very tempted to like try to look into getting some older ones from around when these were printed. Let's see, I'm trying to find a date. Don't see a date. There's copyright 5651, but I feel like these can't have been printed quite that old. Like I would have guessed maybe 70s, but who knows. But a mushroom one sounds great. Culinary says, I've never needed advice on where to find insects before, but I appreciate it nonetheless. I mean, I think there were some good tips in there. I learned something. Devor says, went back and watched the rest of the text game and it was a lot of fun. Nice. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Ooh, let's hear everyone's favorite insect. I really like... I like a big beetle. Like this kind of guy's pretty cool. Like there's a certain type, but I don't know the name of it. I'm not... Oh, these are cool. I'm not really a big insect expert. Oh, here we go. Ox beetle. Very, very good insect. That's the one I was thinking of. Oh, or maybe rhinoceros. That name sounds more familiar to me. They're kind of similar in appearance. Indian flower mantis has a smiley face on it. Neat. Eden Waste says, I think I have a similar book, except it is for stars. Yeah, I think stars was in that list. Culinary has the Rocks and Minerals book. Nice. I want to say Unsecret Crush has a bird swan? The mushroom one is out of print because of the information inside of it. Oh, okay. That makes sense. Waita? Interesting. I've not heard of this. Also, hello, Hinton. I'm trying to figure out what shoutouts I missed here. Deavor. I hope your pixel art has been going well. I enjoyed the results of your latest stream. It's looking fantastic. All right. Does anyone, some of y'all just came in, so does anyone have any feedback on my cat here? So previously, this is what we ended up with at the end of last stream. Right here. And I felt like this, like it looked to me like this cat does not have any limbs. But I'm not a cat expert, so maybe it's fine. But I felt like a little bit of a bulge here might work a little better, so that's what I was just doing. I don't know, to me that looks a little bit better. Like the cat's personality. Thank you. But I think I like this better. So if no one has any additional comments, I think I'm just gonna drop this in and see how I feel about it. Cats tend to turn into watermelons around that point. Okay. Good torso addendum. Thank you. So let's see. Back into World Builder. Where... Oh, so we added a close-up for this. So I think the cat is part of the background. If I remember correctly. Yes, good. Unfortunately, this is going to be a little tedious, but we can fix it. Again, because of the way bitmaps work in World Builder, a bitmap image this large, it's hard to make it opaque. Like it looks for an enclosed line, but since this comes in chunks, you know, the tops and bottoms of each shape are open, so it ends up being transparent. So we have to have this white vector outline behind it. And now I'm trying to figure out how to adjust this bottom part. Do I just delete the shape and start over? It's kind of tricky. Let's see. I think I want to delete this for now. Let's try reshaping this. I might be able to do it. Reshaping is kind of... It's tricky. Sometimes it works out. I think this might actually work out. You've inspired me to open up my AGS game for the first time in a year. Thank you. Oh my gosh, you're welcome. And that's very exciting. Honestly, if I have inspired a single person to work on a game by doing this for 21 weeks now, that makes me very happy. People should make more games. I've maybe said in the past that people should make less games, but I think that's wrong. Everyone should make more games. I think it's great if there's way too many games and we could never possibly play all of them. This is a situation I support. What pattern did I have back here? Is that right? Davor says exciting, but if it's not your thing, also no pressure. Yes, I agree. It's also great to make a game and then stop. I've done this many times. In fact, I would say I'm a little bit of a pro at making a game and then stopping before it is ever finished. I'm much better at that than in finishing something. And it's great. Like it's always been a good experience for me, and I don't really have any regrets about abandoning those projects. It's nice to have a hobby where you don't feel pressure to like if you're making games for a living, or just as like a side project that you're trying to make a little money off or whatever, like the last end of making a game is definitely not the best part. Like, I mean, that's kind of true of any project, I think. Like, there's a lot of work in finishing it up and making it appeal to other people. And then, you've got things like marketing it and just, figuring out how to make it available. It's great to just have a project that you can just have some fun with. And then, when it's not, giving you anything anymore, just move on. MZ says, oh, it's just an overwhelming project. It was supposed to be a 3-person thing, but 2 others never did anything. I made a playable demo and then stopped. I have so many assets and want to use them for something. Hinton says, everyone make a game. I agree. Okay. I am happier with this. I think I feel good about this. I still don't know about this shadow back here, but it's okay. I'm not going to worry about it. Hide the assets and other projects as Easter eggs. Also a good idea. Okay. So now that we've done that, I don't actually know what's next. Once again, I have not had any time to kind of poke at things between streams, which is a bummer, because it's very helpful if I can like kind of wait, what? Okay. Sorry, I'm just struggling with my notes app. It's really helpful if between streams I can, spend time going over what we did and then spend some time figuring out what to work on next. Unfortunately, I did not have a chance to do that. I think where we left off, we were working on the conversation with Brisket here. And my notes, I had written out most of the conversation and how it would go and how it would deal with different branches. But at a certain point, I think I had kind of a mix of notes of how to deal with a certain part of the conversation. Because it was a tricky section to deal with. And I haven't had time to like review that and figure out the correct way to approach it. So I don't think I'm prepared to go back to that. So I'm going to look at other things we could do here. There's an Easter egg screen that is probably one of the biggest art screens we still have remaining, and I might go ahead and work on that. But I'm going to see if there's maybe something a little bit simpler than we can do next. Just because it's a pretty complex one. I do have a photo reference for it, so that's good. We still don't have a title. I'm struggling with that one. Six Seven says, suffering of making a game increases non-linearly with the number of people involved. The cat will still judge you. It's what cats do. Oh, yes, of course. I would expect no less. Of course, without a title, we can't finish the title screen. We finished up looking in the bathroom mirror. Although the text there could use some improvements, so I'm going to make another note to deal with that. Ooh, we could do the Hinton's excellent idea that somewhere there should be a Wi-Fi network titled Danger Do Not Connect, and if you connect, it's a game over. Let's do that. That sounds fun. Does anyone have thoughts on what screen that should be on? Let's do a quick little tour of the game and think about this. Insert title here. Perfect. Hinton says, I made 4 games before I found out you can make them with other people. I made maybe 3 games by myself, and then I finally got a friend or 2, and then I would occasionally make games with friends. Definitely those. I feel like for me, getting other people involved just made me more ambitious and try to I set my sights much higher, and they're just so unattainable. Like at one point, I was working on a game with, I think, just a single friend. And it was heavily inspired by Myst, but like more of in a sci-fi direction. And definitely my vision for it was much, much greater than Myst. And like I could maybe do like a game that was 2% of Myst at best. But I did have fun. We had fun. Remind me of where we pick up a sweetie. Okay, I'll just kind of go through the game real quickly here. So we start out at the bus stop. Then we go over here. And there's our cool S. Get a dog bone. There's our totally normal house. Twisty little path. Backyard. We can search here and get the key to the house. Oh, hello, sir. No, thank you. Okay. So, this is where we find the little sweetie, in the bathroom. Other screens we have are the foyer here, of course. We have the upstairs hallway. We have our study, where Brisket is. No, I'm not lost. Oh, I didn't update my sounds list. There's another one in there too. I'm not going to tell anybody. If you were here last stream, you can figure it out. Alligator. Emmy, there's no loon because Twitch won't allow it. So you have to do Waterbird. Am I going to have to add all these? What sound does an alligator make? Kind of a growl? Swamp. I'm taking a screenshot from my notes. I almost added Game Over Man from Swamp Witch. It was tempting. But I did look through all the sounds in there. And there weren't any others that really called out to me. I didn't really want to add mouth sounds. So, I think we visited most of the screens now. Does anyone have any thoughts on where the dangerous Wi-Fi should be? Oh, Hinton asked, did we already have a way to die in the bathroom? Great question. No. I feel like you're suggesting it should be in there. I do like having a bathroom death. Bathroom or glass house. Oh yeah, we didn't go in the greenhouse. I don't think I want to do it in the bathroom because I think a lot of people will, pick up the sweetie and try to use it as soon as they get it in the bathroom. And I don't want it to pop up in there. It should be something that's harder to find. Still want bathroom death if you don't wash your hands. Good. Yes. Okay. Wait, we can't wash our hands though. The sink is broken, and that's important for the puzzle of getting water. So I don't see a way to do that. I know. So basically you're saying you can't win the game. The game is unwinnable. You have to flush the toilet in order to get water, but then if you leave without washing your hands, which you cannot do, you will die. Okay. I'm not sure about that. I like it, but I'm not sure about it. I am open to other suggestions for bathroom death. So here's the greenhouse. And I think I like the idea of the bad Wi-Fi being in here. Lick hands clean. Wash hands in toilet. So how do we feel about this? Any disagreements? Bad Wi-Fi in the greenhouse? Checks out. Okay. So we need to create some graphics for this. What? Email UI? Maybe you have to try to wash hands if it doesn't work, but then you won't get killed. Ooh, interesting. Okay, here's all our emails. I don't think this is the right file, though. Is it? No, UI can't. Oh, error? It might be in the error. Yeah, okay, great. Okay. Oh, I already made it. Great. I'm so smart. For once in my life. Hello, Bananatron Go. This program is wild. What are you building? Great question. So I am building a game in World Builder. Do I have a button for this? I think I have a button. My website has a little bit more info on what we're doing. But this program was released in 1986. It was originally created for a game called Enchanted Scepters, which was the first English language point-and-click adventure game. And then the tool for creating that game was later released in 86 for other people to make games with. And I played around with it a lot as a kid and had a lot of fun with it. But I never really made a complete game in it. As I was talking about earlier, I fooled around with it and made little playable things, but never anything finished. So I thought it would be fun to go back to that and, finally make something in this. And so we started 21 weeks ago. On stream, I came to the first stream with no ideas of what this game would become, and I asked chat, what should our first scene be? And we got a bunch of suggestions and voted on them and settled on Bus Stop in Purgatory. So that's our opening scene, and the game has just kind of evolved from there. I've taken a lot of suggestions from folks in chat along the way and tried to bring them together into a cohesive whole. I hope I have done a moderately okay job of that. I feel pretty good about it, at least, but it's coming along pretty well. Hopefully I will manage to finish it before the end of the year, at least. 21 weeks ago we set out to make a 5-week game. Exactly, yes. I can't believe that the crocodile is gonna eat the little sweetie. So the next question is, did I already make an object in here for the dangerous Wi-Fi? If I did that, then I'm really smart. Like, really, really smart. I don't think I am that smart. Okay. So we basically need an alternate version of this. That's okay. I wish this could be with our other related objects, but since I'm not smart, it won't be. Okay, so this is going to be called... Oh, right, I can't copy from here. PDAS error 4. And then we're going to drop this here. Is that? Oh, bummer. Okay, I'm going to go back and copy this all together. Nope, that's not what I meant to click. Let's see, so that was email error 2. I think that's right. Bananatron Go says, whoa, I just learned about border image source from your website. Thought I knew all the CSS. Thank you. I'm glad you like the website, and I'm glad you were able to learn something from it. Yeah, CSS is pretty cool, and it does a lot of things. I certainly don't feel that I know all of these CSS things. And I've been doing CSS since it existed, which is always a little bit upsetting for me to think about. We're all learning new things. I love it. But yeah, border images are really cool. They're a little tricky to get the hang of at first just because of the way the like tiling works out. But once you get the hang of it, it's pretty neat. Okay. Okay. Good, good, good. Hopefully this doesn't this doesn't make our code too complicated. It'll probably be okay. So this is going to be on the screen. Lil Sweetie Wi-Fi? Sounds right. Yeah. It will probably be okay. Narrator, it was not okay. Yeah, I mean, yeah. The code, the language in World Builder is very simplistic and incredibly limiting, and I decided from the start that I was going to do my best to push it, and I wouldn't say I regret it, but it has certainly been a journey. Okay, so okay. Error 2. Okay. Sorry, I'm trying to remember. It's been a while since I looked at this code. I'm trying to remember what point in the code I need to modify here to get this to show up when we want it to. So all of this stuff is going to need to be updated. All right. So L1 is our location variable, which keeps track of where you are. So if we're checking if L1 equals 2, that's referring to the library entrance, which is where you are able to get on the Wi-Fi successfully without dying. Hinton says, I wish there was a world builder-like program for making websites. That'd be cool, huh? There's got to be something like that, though, right? Like Twine's, I haven't used Twine, but it's kind of like that, but only text, right? Although I guess that's more, maybe there's a little less interactivity in Twine. Wix is one. Interesting. Okay, so, oh boy. I'm looking at this code and I'm a little scared. We'll figure it out. Worst case scenario, we need a lot of ors. For example, this statement here basically says, if L1 is set to anything other than 2, then we want to do this. And then this says, if L1 is equal to 2 and W1 is less than 2, I believe that means basically if we're not already connected to Wi-Fi, then we do this. And this says if L1 equals 2 and we are connected to Wi-Fi, then we do this. I think that's all correct. So what we need here is, I'm going to copy this. And we're doing the greenhouse now. So that's 5. So if L1 equals 5, and we're not connected to Wi-Fi, I'm not sure if this check actually matters, but I think for now I'm going to leave it there. We're moving error 2 to the scene and error 3 to storage. Let me double check what that means exactly. I'm pretty sure I know what each of those objects are, but I want to make sure. So error 1 is this screen where it says no networks found. Error 2 is this screen where it says library free Wi-Fi, and this is before we've connected. And then error 3 is after we've successfully connected. So we want to move all 3 of those to storage. And then move error 4 to the scene. And then for all these other ones, we want to make sure we move error 4 to storage. So basically this code here just handles updating the screen when you first come to it. This check if loop equals 0 means this code will only run the first time we get to this scene. If we leave and come back, it will also run again. But if we are on the screen and do something, then it won't run again. Okay. So that should be good, I think. I'm going to delete this because I'm pretty sure that's not what we want here. And then we need to update this, I believe. Yeah, because currently this code will run if we're in the greenhouse. And this puts up the screen that says there's no Wi-Fi networks available. So basically we need to alter this if statement so that it only passes if it's something other than 5 or 2. And unfortunately there's no way to do does not equal with a number. So that's why I have this greater than or less than. I think we also can't mix and or in a single line because there's no way to like do nesting of ands and ors, so it's complicated. But I think at this point the best way to handle this line is to simply check every number. Other than the ones we don't want to pass here. So 0, 1, 2, no wait, we don't want 2, 3, 4, and then 5 is the greenhouse, so we don't want that either. 6, 7, 8, 9, we're going up to 11. This is a mess. It's a mess, but it's okay, it's fine, don't worry about it. Okay, that's 11. So 0, 1, we're skipping 2, 3, 4, we're skipping 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Oh wait, we can simplify this a little bit. Let's actually change this to greater than 5. Along the same lines, we can change this to less than 2. Yeah, I think that works. So less than 2, 3, 4, or greater than 5. It should work out fine. And Hinton says, can you and two ors? No. Can you do is divisible by? We can do division, but I don't think we could do is divisible by. It's starting to look like my validation code for work. Oh no, I'm so sorry. All right, I think that should be good. Yeah, let's go ahead and try that. I wanna make sure that works before we move on to the code that runs when you actually try to join the bad Wi-Fi. So here's the thing to think about while we're doing all this. What should you see when you are killed by Wi-Fi? Also, I just know that there's an anecdote I would love to share with you all, but I'm not comfortable doing so publicly. But it's kind of funny and kind of sad at the same time. It's related to Wi-Fi. I wish I felt comfortable saying more. I'm sorry I've teased you all with this information. Killed by Wi-Fi is a great band name. You should see Brisket's evil twin wears an eye patch. Ooh. I actually would like to see that. I'm a little tempted. What's a secret command we could do that makes Brisket put on an eye patch? Punished Venom Brisket. Oh, okay. Let's cheat and get all our items. Chat items. There we go. Perfect. Cheat items. Use Sweetie. Okay. So first we got to put in our code. 1077. Price of a cheese pizza and a large soda at Panucci's Pizza. Lolly Lulelo. Perfect. Okay, so here if we try to open an email, it says no networks found. Great. Over here, we get library free Wi-Fi. Great. We'll check a bunch of different rooms just to make sure it's all working right. No networks. No networks. And this should give us danger, do not connect. Perfect. Okay. No Wi-Fi connection. Connection is required to download email contents. Choose a network. Danger, do not connect. I kind of feel like do not should be in all caps. What do y'all think? Also, I don't think I ever gave Mzizzy a shout out. My home network SSID is an infected network. Don't connect. Yeah, I'm sorry. It's at least smaller than when I was doing 2. It's a lot to fit in, but I think it's all important information. Okay. Do not will drive Fate Tempter so much. Well, I think that's good, though. That's what we want. So let's fix that. Emmy says, thank you very much, but please don't hurt your throat with all that shouting. Thank you for your concern. Okay, let's fix this. Do not. That's probably a little too big. Let's keep it the same size. Let's go ahead and duplicate this just in case I like change my mind or something. How do we invert? There we go. Okay. Do not. Yes, exactly. So this is the tricky part here. I need to make this button bigger by exactly the right amount. So 1, 2, 3, 4 pixels. So 1, 2 in that direction. 1, 2. Perfect. Yeah, that's much better. Danger, don't not connect. CSS would be nice here for sure. Yeah. There's lots of things that would be nice in World Builder. Oh, what are we drinking tonight? Pink lemonade. It's country time pink lemonade. Why did that? Oh, I think there's like set widths for bitmap objects for some reason. So I guess we hit the limit that bumped us up to the next width. Kind of weird, but no big deal. Hopeless Stream, hello. This music sounds like working on a Mac in '92. Good job. That's great. I love that. I wish I could claim that was all on purpose. We are listening to Mzizzy's playlists over there on YouTube. This is currently Tunes to Blow Your Horn to Jazz Brass. Did I? Okay, yeah, we're good. Okay, so now we need code for... So impressed by this pixel manipulation. Thank you. I'm glad you appreciate it. Donut Connect? You make a joke like that, and now I gotta be like, did I make a typo? So mean to me. Sounds like a new app for tasty treat delivery. That would be great. I agree. Okay, so we're back in the Wi-Fi screen. I'm starting to feel more warmed up here, and I'm getting excited to work on the Easter egg screen. So I think we'll do that next. We'll at least get started on it. There's no way it's going to get done tonight. Hinton says, meet hot donuts in your area. I had to preface that to make it clear that it was not me saying this. Okay. So this code is all fine as is, at least as far as our testing went. It seemed to all work correctly. So now we need to elsewhere check for pressing the OK button to actually connect to the Wi-Fi. And a thing just occurred to me. With most of our deaths, we give the player a warning. Like, if they try to do a thing, we'll be like, are you sure about that? You're definitely going to die if you do this. And then if they do it again, then they die. In this case, I think we already have the clear warning up front. It says do not connect. So I think if they connect, it'll immediately connect and they die. I think that's fair. The Wi-Fi name is the warning. Exactly. So let's see. We want to check for the OK button, which is way back up here. Okay. So here's how we handle connecting to the library Wi-Fi. So it's a similar scenario. I'm just going to copy this whole block, even though I'm going to delete most of it. Again, I'm still looking for suggestions for what you see when you're killed by Wi-Fi. I'm a little bit drawing a blank on this. I think all of this is unnecessary. I think we just want to print a message. Oh, we do need to move the death screen into this scene. Let's see, what's that going to be called? Wi-Fi death. I'll probably change that, but for now that's fine. And what is it going to say? Hinton, I feel like if you have any ideas on what it should say when you connect to this Wi-Fi, I will give you first shot at this. Edward Kill? What is that? I don't understand. Oh. Okay. That's the Trollolo guy. Got it. Davor says can't correct the environmental controls. Hopeless Dream says the Rick Astley video. Silver says Matrix code. Silver also said, I just received notice that the final thing Kia was working on for my prototype frame is done. I'm prepped for PAX. Nice. I will not be at PAX, but I would love to see what that all looks like if you're willing to share a photo privately. Told you about Wi-Fi, bro, and a picture of the main character tumbling down some stairs. Yeah, it's pretty good. All right, we'll do it. Is it okay that I capitalized Wi-Fi correctly, or should it all be lowercase? Maybe it should all be lowercase. It doesn't feel right. All right, I gotta look up the reference here. Told you about stairs. Oh, look at him go. Look at him go. Let's share this in chat. We can't do that. We can't, it's not going to be as good as this. I'm trying to think. Stairs that look like the Wi-Fi symbol. I'm trying to picture that. I can almost picture it. I think we're gonna have to settle for a still frame. Which one? Oh, they're all so good. I'm torn between the one where he's sideways or the one where he's upside down. I think I lean towards sideways, but upside down is pretty good too. All right, I was like, I wish I could put this on screen, but then I realized, all right, I do have the power to do that. Oh, wait, what? That's wrong. I mean, it's always nice to see the cat again, but it's not what it's supposed to be. Okay, so we got this frame, or sideways or upside down. Surprise cat. Lately rounded stairs that get wider as they go further down, like at a theater. I can picture it, but I'm leaning a little bit more towards just normal stairs. Okay, so our deaths. We currently have normal death, brisket death. And we're going to add Wi-Fi death. I guess I'll do that. Okay. And the deaths are tricky because the way I've been doing deaths in this game is we have a screen like this, and it gets overlaid on top of everything else. So the tricky thing here to figure out was that in order to make sure it's on top of everything else in the scene, it needs to be a mobile object, which is an object that can be picked up by clicking on it. And it needs to be at the very bottom of the list. So basically, anytime I add a new object, I have to go back and move these death screens to the bottom of the list, which I did at one point recently, but when we're all done, I'll have to do it again, just to make sure our deaths always show on top of everything else. But let's go ahead and I'm just going to copy this, even though we're going to delete most of the graphics. Wi-Fi death. I think I'm going to go ahead and move these other two right now just to keep them all in one place. So this is the process I have to do. It's called normal death. I have to cut it, I have to paste it, and then I have to scroll all the way down. And then I have to rename it. Normal death. And also, if I make a typo, everything will just break, and I won't know unless I happen to notice it. Cut, paste, brisket death. I also have to make sure to actually kill the player immediately after showing this graphic, or they will be able to pick up the death by clicking on it. On Secret Crush asks, are we doing Sweet Bro and Hella Jeff Easter eggs now? I peek in and see the stairs gag. Yes, yes. I chose to give Hinton this power, and I have accepted the choice that I made. But I do support it and think it's very funny. Okay, so we're just going to delete all that. And then I'm going to draw some stairs. Let's see. I'm thinking about how this should look. I think the stairs themselves are just going to be like white lines. Which is maybe a little tricky. I guess I'll draw them black first and then we'll change them to white. Actually, the warning message, the death message says, I warned you about Wi-Fi, bro. This is the death you get after you connect to the do not connect Wi-Fi. Let's see. How do I want to do this? I think I'm going to draw this edge first, and then I'll draw the other lines in. Okay, and then every time I need to do this, I remember how I did not realize for so long that this is possible, that you can just draw a line and not have an enclosed shape. You just got to double click at the end of it. I can't remember exactly when I realized that, but it was at least 10 weeks in, probably longer. Command G, okay. Goof that one up. So, so I'm familiar with this joke, but I'm not familiar with, like, I only know it because I've been told about it. Unsecret Crush told me about it. But I don't, is this Sweet Bro with Sweet, sorry, Sweet, damn it, what are their names? Hella Jeff and Sweet Bro. Okay, Sweet Bro sounded wrong when I was saying it, but that is correct. So is this Sweet Bro or Hella Jeff? I feel like this looks like a Jeff to me. Is that correct? It is Hella Jeff. Okay, good. I'm glad I'm not wrong. Just getting a lot of Jeff vibes. Now I can't remember what I was saying. Oh, just that I'm going to try to draw a very similar character, but it'll be our main character as opposed to being Hella Jeff. So we'll see how that goes. I still haven't really thought too much about what our character is wearing. But I think we'll just do this very simple, like, shirt and pants situation. I think that works fine. And then the face, obviously, will be a little bit different. Let's go ahead and save this. is this? Maple Mystery, hello. Great to see you. And it says, I need to do some housework, but the stairs are looking very stairs. Good job. Thank you. I hope your housework goes well. Maple Mystery, I have something to share at some point this evening that I believe you will appreciate. It is also regarding my next Tuesday game. I'm planning to show it at the end of stream, but if you need to take off before then or anything, let me know and I'll go grab it. Ooh. Oh. Hello. Welcome to Things I Found in the Basement, where I share a thing I found in the basement while I was looking for something else. I know y'all are going to be very excited about this because you've been waiting for weeks and weeks and weeks, months even, to find out what's next in the lost island of Alana. And friends, it is time to finally go back there. If you're not familiar with this, this is a promotional game for Cherry Coke, www.cherrycoke.com. It is a Myst-like game, only it's very bad. I've done this, I think, twice so far, and it has been thoroughly disappointing each time. If I'm being generous, we could say that maybe the original experience was better because you were encouraged to find clues on websites, chat rooms, magazines, and most of all, Cherry Coke bottles. So it was a little more of a, experience than simply playing through this game by itself. But regardless, I don't think it's a great game, but we are going to play more of it. It's time. You need a basement supercut. Ooh, that's a good idea. Here's some good games. We're not going to play those, but they're there. Let's see. Lost Island of Alana. Can I just open this? No, of course not. Only a good game would let you do that. Oh, I got to recapture here. One moment. Sierra Mist, like. What's the window? There we go. All right, load game. Okay, so we last left off. We finally, after being teased with the possibility throughout the rest of the game, we finally had a chance to blow something up, which was incredibly disappointing because it all happened off screen. We did not see any sort of explosion at all. I think we maybe got a sound at best. But this is the aftermath of that explosion, I believe. Like, I think these boards and stuff, like there was a big rock in our path, and now we're finally able to go past it. Or not. Really? There's no path ahead. What? This is a lonely tree. It sure is. One of the things we've discovered throughout this game is that it is super not obvious what you can like pick up or interact with. Bryce 3D. Definitely Bryce 3D vibes. This tree is burnt from the explosion. Is that relevant somehow? I do have a walkthrough, so if I'm feeling stuck, we will definitely consult that. Let's back up a little. Oh, interesting. For hints, jump to Cherry Coke website. Sadly, cherrycoke.com is no more. Let's peruse our inventory. Let's remind ourselves of what we have here. We have a rubbery vine, a forked antler, a hook tied to the end of a staff, a levered log, a sword, a large saw, a box of matches, a bullwhip. And this little dot here, that's return to game. This UI is so weird. Like there's different shaped stones that you're just supposed to understand are buttons. Like this one I get, that kind of looks like a button at least, but it's not great for help. Like you want that to be pretty obvious, right? And then this one just does not even look like a button. Hello, Salt Ranger. Good to see you. You're here just in time for everyone's favorite game, The Lost Island of Alana. I think we're going to need to get out that walkthrough. I really expected to be able to do something here after blowing up that rock. I can't remember if I was able to pick something up at the end of the last stream. Deavor, thank you for flushing your coins down the toilet. As a reminder, you did not get anything. We need those coins to repair the plumbing damage. But I hope you enjoyed the flush. Okay, I'm opening up my walkthrough here. Hopefully I can figure out where we left off. Oh God, oh God. There's a chess game in this. It's a good thing we have a walkthrough. As if the sliding block puzzle was not enough. Oh, it's 10:17, so I won't go any later than 10:30 with this. I've tried to be merciful and not play this for too long. The first time I did it, I went for like half an hour, and I think everyone left. Bullwhip on the beehive. I think we did that. I'm just trying to figure out where we are here. Okay, we did a bunch of stones and buckets and stuff. Okay, here we are. Put the bomb under the rocks and light the fuse to go in the following. Light the fuse, then go to the following locations for the following items. Get shovel, get stakes, get hammer, get rope ladder. After you get these items, come back here. Use shovel, to dig sand to get key. Do we have the shovel? I don't think we do. Okay. Okay, so we have a shopping list. The shovel is in room 11, which, don't know where we are currently. We're in 17. I wish y'all could see this map. It looks like I'm going back 3 spaces. Is that right? The lever did the trick. Great. Davor says, I don't get anything. Now you tell me. There was a warning in the message before you redeemed it. I did my best to warn you. Shocking, this game doesn't have a Twitch category. It is very shocking, yes. Although I also didn't check. Were all Mistlikes this good? I think this is pretty typical of a Mistlike game. There were probably some that were better. There were certainly many that were worse. Okay, let's try to get this on screen here so you can enjoy my confusion. Safari. Where's Safari? I really wish the OBS window for picking a screen was a little bit easier to follow. Okay. So here's the walkthrough I'm looking at, and this is the map they have. I believe we're in... 11 is the scene that had the stones. So I'm looking down here, it says we want to go to screen 11 to get the shovel, 7 to get stakes, 3 to get hammer, and 4 to get rope ladder. So here is the map with all these different screens numbered. So I'm just trying to make sense of all this. Drop the bag of stones 11. Put all the stone except X2 in the bucket. This is the bucket. Oh. Oh no, wrong one. That's the bucket. Let me check my inventory again. We don't have a shovel, right? There's no shovel here. Can't cross the lake that way. Bushes are too thick. Oh, there's a shovel. Great. Okay. So we're currently in room 11, I believe. And we have a shovel. Can't walk this way. Davor said, it's the third time I've redeemed, but I'm determined to be indignant. That's fair, I think. There was a noise. There was an animal noise when I came through here a second ago, but I was hoping it would happen again. So we need to get to room 7 now, which I think we're in 10 now. If we go back twice. Sounded like a pigeon? Okay. Oh no, not this. Is this 7? Steaks. Ah, there we go. Okay, great. I don't know why. Oh, did the explosion do damage around the island? I think that's what happened. Because I don't think this was broken before. And, you know, it's telling us to backtrack now and get a bunch of items in areas that we've been to. So I think that must be what happened. Which is kind of fun. I mean, it's about as much fun as we could get out of this game. Okay, so now I want to go left, back, right. And that's a hammer? Sure. And then we need rope ladder from 4, which is 2 squares to the left. There we go. Okay, great. So now we want to go back to where the explosion was. Okay. We're getting there. Okay. Great. And I think we want to dig here. Ooh. A key. Exciting. Get barrel. Barrel? Where's the barrel? The walkthrough just says get barrel. From where? Use shovel 11 to dig sand to get key, and then get barrel. Oh, I see. I think it wants me to... I think it wants me to go to... This walkthrough is so confusing. I'm remembering now that I actually found a better walkthrough. But I don't know where it is right now, and I'm not going to spend the time to dig it up again. But hopefully I can remember that for next time. So I think we want to go to screen 17, which is back a little ways. From the getting place. Thank you. That does make sense. Okay. This is an empty keg. A discarded keg. Another empty keg. Are these not the barrels we want? Huh. This one makes a sound. Is this it? Another empty keg. This tree is far away. Okay, I think this is the screen where we're supposed to be able to get a barrel. I don't have one already, do I? Oh, I like how we're making little arc of item stones here. That's very cute. Yeah, we definitely don't have a barrel yet. So we should be able to get one of these. Let's walk around a little. Maybe we'll find it somewhere else. Ooh. Chest is locked, but we have a key. Nice. Okay, we got a flask of oil. You can get ye flask in this game. Chest is open. We can't get these books? I guess we're not interested in reading. I guess is what we're supposed to take away from this. There's nothing interesting down this path. Why did you draw it then? Game? Can't get across the water here. Oh, here's the beehive, which we already knocked down. Books? We're online now, Grandpa. Exactly. Use the bullwhip on the beehive. After it falls, light the bush on fire. Then leave and come right back and the bees will be gone. Use the saw on the lower branch. Get the branch. I feel like we did that already. Is it possible I did things out of order? Oh. Maybe we had a barrel and then used it and now it's gone. Is that possible? Because I'm pretty sure we already got the branch from the screen we're on here. And then we just got the jug of oil. In the inventory screen, click on the forked antler, and then the rubber vine, and then the round rock to make a slingshot. Okay. Exciting. We only got a couple minutes left here. Forked antler, rubbery vine, an empty slingshot, and then... Oh, do we not have the rock yet? Where were we supposed to get a rock? Oh no. Tragedy. Then the round rock was at 5. Rock in the path. Oh, okay. We got a super backtrack to get the rock. Let's see, it's on the screen with the lever thing. There it is. How could I miss that little rock? It was so obvious. Okay, so now we can put the rock in the slingshot. Hello, Teras Mazepa. Welcome. I'm planning to make a mini RPG. Do you have any advice or tips? In general, not really. Honestly, the way I kind of make games is a little haphazard, and I kind of fool around with things I know how to use, with tools I know how to use, and just experiment until I manage to get something working, which I don't think is very helpful advice. But I guess I would say if you're starting from nothing, like look for, there's a lot of tools you can use to make different types of games. So I would look for something that's designed for making RPG games and start with that. I don't have anything to recommend offhand. Davor says emphasize the mini. Yeah, definitely any game project I would strongly recommend like plan for something that's like whatever you're thinking of, make it much smaller than that. Like it's going to grow from what you're originally thinking of regardless. So keep it like as small as it can possibly be, starting out. All right. Let's get back to where we were and then we'll wrap things up here. I think we made some pretty good progress. Ooh, interesting. All right, let's stop here. This very enticing closed gate. I'm very curious how many more streams it will take us to get through this game. We didn't even get to the chess puzzle, which everyone is going to love, I'm sure. Thank you very much, MZZ, for sponsoring this episode of Things I Found in the Basement. I hope you enjoyed it. Welcome back. Okay. I gotta close down the island of Alana here. Made with Macromedia. I kind of wish y'all could have seen that beautiful Made with Macromedia screen. Apologize. Okay. You're welcome, and thank you for the follow. Great to have you here. We'll call the games I make prototypes, but I never plan to get bigger. Just one idea realized on screen. I think that seems like a good kind of approach, is to just start with something super simple like that and see where you can go with it. Okay, so we're working on our Wi-Fi death screen. Gotta find my reference image here again. All right, so now I'm gonna draw, to the best of my ability, a Hella Jeff style guy falling down here, but it'll look a little bit more like our character. So I think I'm gonna try the freehand tool. We'll see how that goes. I'm gonna start drawing over here. I regret using the freehand tool, as I do every time I have ever tried it. It's maybe bad in a good way, but I want to do a little bit better than that. It's just very sloppy. I want to try to make this not too much sloppier than the source material. Okay, I think that's pretty good. Yeah, I don't want it to look better than the original for sure. Like a little bit worse is maybe the ideal, but I don't want to do a lot worse. I am going to do my best to draw all four fingies. Great, we did it. Oh, I forgot to turn the music back on. It's so quiet. And now I can't fix that until I'm done with this shape. This is looking great. I'm very happy with this. Okay, let's fill that with white. Yeah. Beautiful. Okay, now the head. The head is tricky because I can't just draw it exactly like the original, because it needs to look a little bit like our character. But I can start with a head shape. That's easy enough. Okay, now let's open up a reference here so we can see what our character looks like. Okay. So that's what we're trying to do a very poorly drawn version of this face. I think that mirror portrait is my favorite art in this game. Very happy with it. Oh, I goofed that up. Oh no, I goofed it up again. Okay, that's a pretty good nose, I think. The body looks like something from that show Home Movies. Yes, it definitely has that kind of a vibe, which is great IMO. You know, that mouth didn't come out how I was trying to draw it, but I think it's good actually. Honestly, the main difference here compared to the original is our face won't have any facial hair and the hair will be like very slightly different. I'm a little tempted to make this face a pixel art face. Ugh. Just because this is really tricky to draw. I think I might just do that. Like, on one hand, it seems silly to get that fussy about something that's intended to be poorly drawn. On the other hand, it's just, this is very tricky to do. And I think it'll be much easier. So I did capture bits, which gives us a bitmap version of the vectors we have already. So then we can, let's see, how do I do this? Can I actually do this? Is it easier to just take a screenshot? Let's see what happens here if I paste this in the scrapbook. Okay, maybe that's fine. I haven't done this in a little bit. Davor, gonna head out. Thanks for stream. You're welcome. Thank you so much for hanging out, and I hope you have a great rest of your day. I'm just gonna open a random file to get into MacPaint, and then we'll close it. Okay, that did work. Great. For a second, I was like, man, it must be past 11 already, but it's not. I'll never understand the passage of time. Okay, so I think this eye is okay, but we need a pupil. And then this eye is just kind of a mess. In a bad way. That's better. This guitar cable has finally died. I'm going to the guitar shop. Good luck out there, Hinton. I hope you find a good new guitar cable. I'll do my best to make the best Sweet Bro and Hella Jeff fan art I can while you are gone. Okay. That's looking pretty good. Now the hair. I no longer have my reference. The hair is just kind of... like the original art is just... his hair is very spiky. It's like dark spiky hair. Our character has short, bushy, parted hair. So I'm trying to think of how to like simplify that and translate into this like, you know, very, very simplified look. I feel like that's not quite right. Let me, oop, don't want that. Let me add a little more forehead here. That's too much forehead. Dial it down. Okay, save this, and we're going to name this Helicam. Camera. Dang it. Alright, I'm going to open up my reference. Just need to look at it again. Okay. Actually, let's go ahead and copy that. No reason not to. It's very hard to draw something in just the right goofy way. Maybe? Is that? That feels about right to me. Also, I don't want to spend too much longer on this. We do need an enclosed shape here. Thank you, Val. I hope that's a compliment. Okay. I have not played guitar in a very long time. Okay, back to our death object. I think it's pretty much perfect, right? Fill white. Okay. That's pretty much what we're going for. Now we need... Well, I don't like the way this is... I don't like this tangent here. So let's fix that. Okay. So we want this on a black background. Let's go ahead and save before I goof things up. Oh, shoot. Shoot. This window is wider than an actual game screen. So let's... Okay. Oh, this is such a pain. I'm gonna move this... What? What's happening here? I'm trying to move this up out of the way, but keep the right edge in roughly the place it's at. Just for reference. So I want to move this whole stairway over so it'll actually be visible. Okay. Hopefully I got everything there. Six, 7, welcome back. Yes, we are dying. We've fallen down the stairs. It's fine, though. We were already dead, so I think it's okay. Okay. Now that I've done that, I slightly regret it, but they'll be fine. This is hard. Okay, I'm just going to delete this. So I'm just going to select all these stair shapes, and I think what I want to do with the stairs is just have them be white lines on a black background for the stairs. So I'm going to change the pen color to white. And I just need to keep doing this until everything is invisible. Okay. I'm just trying to decide how to fill in our character here. I think we'll just use dark patterns like something like that. That'll match what we've done with the other death scenes. The face, I can't fill in patterns in here. So I'm just trying to decide if I'm happy with the rest of it, and then we'll go back into Mac Paint and finish the face. I think that works pretty well. Nope, open the wrong thing again. Okay, so I think I want this middle gray for the hair. I think I want... Maybe not. Just trying to decide if there's any way I can clean that up to make it work. We'll try. God, it's so hard to look at. Okay. I'm going to copy both of those and we'll see which one works better in the actual scene. Yes. It'd be great if we had some kind of falling downstairs noises. I don't think we do. Oop, that's glass. It's not what we want. Gate? Oh, that one. Howling.
Ouch!
Okay, the ouch would actually be kind of hilarious. Can we record a sound? Yeah, we could. I don't know that I want to go through the trouble for an ending this goofy, unless it seems like it would really make it a lot funnier. Honestly, I feel like it might be tough to beat the ouch.
Ouch!
That could be funny too.
Stop.
The UGG is pretty good too. So many choices. The ouch sounds so familiar. Probably life and death?
Ouch.
I'm not positive, but I think all of these sounds are original Silicon Beach software creations. Like, I know at least some of them were used in Dark Castle. But, you know, that doesn't mean they weren't used somewhere else eventually. All right. So I think we'll do a poll here. Which stairs death sound? Okay. So we have ouch.
Ouch.
We have ricochet. And ugh. I think that's all the ones I want to put in here. Those are a little too much. Well, maybe Scream's good. We'll do that one for a fourth. So that's the Scream option. I'll go over these again. I'll go ahead and post this and then I'll go over them. Let's do a 5-minute poll. That's fine. So we have ouch.
Ouch.
We have ricochet. We have ugh. And scream. I'm going to take a quick break and I'll be back in a couple of minutes. Okay, I'm back, and we have a winner. The winner is Ouch, which I think is great.
Ouch!
Honestly, I feel like that's the funniest one. Thank you all for your votes. Okay, so let's rearrange some things here. Okay, so we need to finish up the art first. Between Ouch and Ugh for me, both great. Yeah, I agree. Okay. So there's one of our head options. I feel like that one is probably the winner. This one, like, I was trying to avoid having a bright white object on this screen, but I feel like this one's just a little too messy. It's too hard to tell what's going on exactly. Yeah, it's not terrible. But I think this one, like, you can see the expression better, which is, I think, ultimately funnier. And I guess that's what's most important on this screen. Okay. We will call this done. Excuse me. Now we need to finish the code for this death. So I'm going to look at the code for some other deaths we've done and make sure I'm not doing anything wrong. So we have one in the front of the house. Okay. So in this case, we're checking a variable to make sure you've clicked on this guy twice so you don't get an unexpected death. But we have a fair warning already, so we're not going to worry about that. So we're just going to print a message. Then we're going to move the death graphic into the scene. We're going to play our sound, and then we're going to move our player to storage, which is the way you end a game. So I'm going to copy all that. Well, we don't need the print. We already have a print line on ours. Okay. Hedenwaith says, some of the scripting language reminds me of a mix between Sierra's Logic, used for scripting AGI games, and the programming language Ada. Interesting. I am not familiar with either of those. Okay, so here's our death. Told you about Wi-Fi, bro. I don't think we actually need to print a blank line for a death. Actually, I already have this. Just move that down there. And I guess we're doing silence after the sound to try to get a little bit of a delay. I don't think that actually works, but since we've done it elsewhere, we'll keep it consistent. Would skip on learning Ada. Learning how to play with AGI games was interesting. Yeah, I can imagine so. Okay, so we do need to add this ouch sound into our library to make this work. It's easy enough. I've also been keeping a list of all our sounds. It's not really necessary, but I've been doing it, so I might as well keep it up. It'll close eventually. Okay. It took so long, I forgot what I was doing. Thank you, Val, for flushing your coins down the toilet. Appreciate it. The sound. Okay. So we're not putting sounds directly in our game. There's a way you can have them externally, which is good in case you need to like split things up to fit on a floppy disk or whatever. Let's close, open. First we need to copy the sound from the library. So looking for ouch. There's ouch.
Ouch.
Great. Just copy that. Close. And here's our library.
Ouch.
And that's it. So let's see. I think we can test this out correctly now. Let's start the game first. And cheat items. Get our little sweetie. And we want to go to the greenhouse. Use the sweetie. Oops, gotta turn it on. 1077. Okay. Danger. Do not connect. Ooh, this is wrong. It's saying it currently shows that no Wi-Fi networks are available. Okay. I think that's just a part of the code I forgot to update. It should be easy enough. But we're going to go ahead and press OK to connect, and then hopefully we'll see our death scene the way it was intended.
Ouch.
I told you about Wi-Fi, bro. Game over. Perfect. Okay. Great. So that text is the one thing that was not right. Okay, so I think that's probably at the very bottom here. Yeah. Ooh, okay. Okay. Got it. So this is a block of code that's kind of similar to the section we updated here, but it outputs the text instead, as opposed to updating the graphics. But we want this if statement to be the same. And then we need to add a new one that checks for if L1 is 5. How does one add comments in this scripting language? How indeed. You cannot add comments. It's not an option. If you really want to comment your code, the only thing you could do is to copy it all into a text document, and then, you know, you can write some comments in there. No comments. Okay. So this should print similar to here, except it will say danger, do not connect. The little sweetie is showing a Wi-Fi connection screen. It currently shows that a network named danger, do not connect is available. Hopefully I got that all correct. Honestly, I'm grateful that this has like some amount of syntax checking and auto indenting. Honestly, the auto indenting is kind of surprising to me. There are times when I wish it wouldn't do that, but overall I appreciate it. Okay, start cheat items. Grab the sweetie. And use the sweetie. Okay. The little sweetie is showing a Wi-Fi connection screen. It currently shows that a network named Danger Do Not Connect is available.
Ouch!
Perfect. Great. Work complete. I can finally check this off my to-do list. Thank you again, Hinton, for this wonderful suggestion. Okay, so I think the thing we're going to work on now is another Easter egg. Let's go ahead and we'll add a room for this. So this is an Easter egg that's hidden on the credit screen. And it's going to take you to this room that I am in. And you'll be kind of standing over my shoulder while I am working on the game. Let's see. I'm just thinking here. Let me look at my code. Okay. So I think I'm going to add this room right here. Does that make sense? I guess it makes sense as much as anywhere. Don't want the code. Scene data. Yes. Okay. You won't be able to navigate in any direction. I don't think we'll have any scene sounds. Those have been pretty rare. I'm trying to think of what to name this room. I think I'll just name it Streaming Room. Seems good. And then so this is the point where you go there. So move player at to streaming room. That should work correctly. And now we just need to make the art and figure out the text. I'm also thinking about how to get back from here, and also whether we want to consider this to be a physical space that the player can be in. Basically what that means, this space is a little weird because you can only get to it from the credits screen. And I mean, it's just an Easter egg screen, but also like if you happen to, well, I guess we could set it so you can't look at any objects in the screen, maybe? I don't know. But say you like look at the sweetie in this room and then close it. Should you come back to the streaming room, or should you go back to where you were in the actual game? I'm honestly not sure what is the correct answer to that. It's complicated. But for now, let's just worry about starting to draw the art. So I took some reference photos. Let me see what I got here. Okay. I gotta hold on a sec. I gotta zoom in on this photo and make sure there's like not anything that I don't want to show. I think it's all fine. Yeah. I don't see any like personal information or anything. That's the main thing I was concerned about. One moment. Doxing room. Hopefully not. I hope not. I think it's fine. One moment. There are certain things about my setup here that could be better. And this is maybe one of them. Why are all my windows the wrong size today? I don't understand this. I must have goofed something up. Okay. There we go. Okay. That didn't quite come out right. That's weird. It's slightly better. It's still weird, but you get the idea. This is the scene we're trying to draw here. Also, this is actually an old photo, so the microphone is different, but that's okay. We're not too worried about that. But yeah, this is where I am right now. If you were standing behind me. So, you know, mainly I want to have a desk that looks like this. I want a lamp that looks roughly similar. I don't know that I'll necessarily draw the stuff that's in the background, like the TV and the bookshelf, but I might. I'll probably draw, like I want this to look like a streaming setup, so I'll probably draw the, the camera and the arms here. This is a key light, and then this arm here has the overhead camera for my notes cam. And then of course we'll have the microphone in there. And I think what I'm going to do is, instead of drawing the actual display that I use, I think I will draw a classic Macintosh sitting here on the desk, because I think that'd be fun. And then I have gone a little bit back and forth on whether I actually want to draw me. Like maybe it could just be the desk with the computer there. But I'm open to thoughts on that. And I think I'm going to do this. I'm debating whether to do it all mostly in vector art or just do it all as bitmap. I think I should probably do it mostly as vector art. Hello, Van Tasner. Let me know if I said that incorrectly. Hello, I'm new here. For a sec, you looked exactly like my old boss. I'm sorry. I apologize. I do my best to not look like anyone's boss, but I guess sometimes it happens. Oh, he was a cool boss. Okay, in that case, you're welcome. And nailed the name. Great. Okay. Currently, I'm just debating whether to keep the perspective identical to my reference photo or to adjust it a little bit. Like this line in the photo is at an angle like this, but I could make it straight across. I think I like it better the way it is in the photo, so we'll keep that. Salt Reader says, I think the composition of the photo works and will translate well. Thank you. I hope you're right. Oops. Adjust this a little. Okay. Let's see. Just deciding how to approach all this. I think I'll draw the window. Oops. Came out a little messy. Ooh, what'd I do? I keep getting the wrong point. Okay, there's the one I'm trying to grab. Okay, that's better. I even talked about it earlier, and I still keep forgetting that I don't have to close shapes. I can just double click anywhere. I'm just trying to fix this. There's like a little pixel hanging off that I don't like. There we go. I'm just trying to this part down here, like I'm trying to figure out both how I want to draw it and how much I'm worried about it looking correct. I think I'll do it like that. Yeah. And then the blind. That's pretty good. I feel like the desk looks small, but also it is kind of a small desk. I kind of wish I had taken a photo. It's funny, I wish I had a photo without me in it, which would have been a lot easier to do. Okay, I do actually have one without me there, without me sitting down. So that's helpful. I'm trying to decide if the desk should go back a little bit further or be a little wider or both or neither. I think I'm just going to make it a little bit bigger in both directions. We'll see if I regret this. Give me that other. Okay, let's move that one out of the way. Move this down, and then move this back. There we go. Okay. Yeah, I think that's a little better. Just want the desk to be as big as I can get it, so there's, you know, room to put stuff on it. So I think now we need some legs. Well, we need a leg over here. And then on the right side of the desk is, in the photo, it's blocked by me in my chair. But I think I want to draw at least a little bit of it. Like there's a drawer, there's a drawer unit thing on the right side. So kind of a rectangle like this. I'm trying to figure out how far down this line should go. Like, should you see the back corner of this or not? It's really hard for me to judge because that is not quite visible in my photo. And it's just a little tricky to think about what would make sense. I guess I'll go with that for now. This might end up getting covered up anyway, so I'm not going to put any detail in here. If it doesn't get covered up in the end, then I'll probably draw some drawers. But for now, I'm not going to worry about that. I think there's going to be a lot going on in this drawing already, so I think I'm going to leave the background plain. I think we'll draw the back corner of the room. Well, I'll do that later, just because it can be a pain to have a large object in the background. But I'll leave out all the other stuff that's in the background. So next I need to draw stuff on the desk, and I'm trying to decide if that should all be bitmap. I think at least some of it'll be easier if it is. So let's kind of rough things in. Let's save this. And I'm going to kind of rough in all the objects, and then I will most likely draw the final objects in MagPaint. I thought I could option drag, but I guess that's not a thing in here. It's too short. Can't shift drag. That's a bummer. Good old Bubble Bobble indeed. That's not wide enough. How did... I was trying to figure out how things ended up so different from my reference photo. I guess what happened, I have the lamp going straight up, whereas in the photo it's actually kind of at an angle. Not that drastic of an angle, but it is at an angle. Just because of the perspective. But I think for simplicity's sake, I am not going to do that. So I'll just try not to worry about things being a little bit different from my reference. I don't want that to line up exactly, though. I'm just trying to figure out how to move things around to make this all work better. That'll work fine. Okay. It's not too bad. So back in this corner is where my streaming computer is, but since we're gonna have it be a classic Mac instead, I will not include that. I guess I can put a little Stream Deck back here. We'll use a polygon. Yes, this does mean I'm streaming from a classic Macintosh in this scene. I wonder if anyone has ever tried to do that. I know people have figured out how to add like a video out to their classic Mac so they can, actually stream from that. But then they'd be doing the stream from a different computer. Actually, now that I say that, I think one of the articles I was looking at from someone that did that kind of setup was actually trying to stream directly from their classic Mac initially. And I think they got it working, but it was just too slow. The Mac was not able to encode the data fast enough. Okay, I'm just going to leave that as a little rectangle for now, and then in Mac Paint we'll give it more detail. We need a keyboard. Whoops. Edenweight says, well, there are other cases where one outputs their video from a modern console through their computer for streaming. I would see a similar setup for an older computer as well. Yeah. That definitely makes the most sense. The more I work on this, the more I'm tempted to alter the perspective on the left side here. Let's close this to save. I feel like it'll work out better. And since I've done other things to alter the perspective, I don't think it's worth trying to preserve exactly the original. I think I might even just take this off the edge of the screen. We don't really need to see that edge. Well, my initial thought was I would give it an angle kind of in this direction. But I think this might work better. Oops. I wish I could get at the the points off the side. Kind of a pain. Okay. Yeah, that works. I think I'm just going to make this a rectangle. Now that I've done that, it feels a little weird that you can't see any of that back corner. I wish I had multiple undos. But I could just redraw it. I feel like there's things about the perspective here that feel a little weird, but I mean that's kind of true of all the scenes, so it's fine. Okay, so that's fine for the keyboard, I think. Make that a tiny bit bigger. And then we need... I think I'll do a microphone arm that's actually more like my current one. So we'll just have it come in from the left side here and then come down. Tricky. Like I keep looking at this thing that's right in front of me and trying to draw it. It's kind of hard, especially like in the correct perspective. Okay. All right, let's draw this little Macintosh now. Hold on a sec. I need to figure out how tall it should be. Okay, it's about 14 inches tall, which is a couple inches shorter than the top of my actual monitor. think I'll want to look up a reference for this. Like, I know what it looks like, but if I could find something that's close to the right angle here, it would help a little. It's too big. I think that's about right. It might be a little too big if we're going for like perfect realism, but I'm not too worried about that. They're pretty tiny little computers. It's definitely too far back on the desk, but we can fix that. So the way these are designed, like there's this section at the bottom that's like inset. So I need to get that in. Not rectangle, polygon. This is tricky figuring out how to... That's a mess. Let's draw... I guess I'm going to probably end up making this a bitmap as well, so maybe I shouldn't worry about it too much in here. Just draw the line there. I think that's fine for the basic shape. Oh, what? Oops. I lost my undo somehow. Oh, that's fine. Okay, let's get some of the various arms roughed in. So there's like a big arm back here. I think I'm going to make it a little shorter than it actually is. this is a tricky shape to draw. So it's like a rounded square that's at an angle. So it's like that, but tilted. Thank you for the egret, Emmy. I mean, I could just do that and not worry about it, but it's going to bug me. I wish I could just rotate that. It's not an option. Just have to do my best. Mzizzy, this room is very relevant to your username. Okay, that's not too bad. I can accept this. All right, and then there's another arm coming off the side here. Because nothing happens. Nothing happens in my streaming room? Ouch. No, that's not the reason. Okay. That's fair. I just realized my phone is not in the little holder here because I was using it to take this photo. That makes sense. Normally this arm is not off to the right like this. It would be coming... it would be coming out in this direction. But, you know, so it can be overhead showing the desk, but I think that's going to be trickier to draw and make it look good, so I'm just going to do it like I have in my reference photo. Where else can chatters show off their rapier sharp wit? Indeed. Don't want all your Roastmasters training to go to waste. That's a very rough approximation, but it's fine for now. Okay. I guess I'll draw a little bit of a rectangle here for the camera. I think what I'm going to do is, like, there's certain objects here, like the lamp and the computer and the stream deck and the keyboard and probably the microphone, that I definitely want to make bitmap objects. And then there's others, like all this stuff here that I'm not quite sure about, but I think I'll start with the ones I am sure about and then kind of look at how it's coming together. I hadn't decided on whether I would include myself in this picture, but now that I've got it all drawn in, I kind of feel like I would like it better if I'm not here. Just like, you know, if I draw myself in the picture, it's just going to be mostly the back of my shirt blocking half the screen. Like, I think it's more interesting this way. And you won't really be able to see, like, you can't see my hands in my reference photo. So you know, it's not really gonna... Like, if you could see that I'm, like, working on the game, that would add something, but you're not going to. So, I think I won't worry about it. This lamp still feels a little bit off to me. Just you staring. That would be... that would be a little upsetting, I think. Yeah, let's do that. Looks better. Yeah, okay. I could maybe get away with doing this lamp in vector, but these broken up ovals is bothering me, so I need to fix that at least. Let's see, what am I doing? Bitbox. Copy. Hinton, welcome back. Are we painstakingly modeling Robot Spacer's entire life inside the game now? Yes, that is correct. We're going to program my entire life into the game. Oh, that's what happened. I didn't capture bits. Important step. Okay. Do you view yourself as living in purgatory? No. But this space is not in purgatory? It's a little bit of a weird space, but it's not in purgatory. This is real life, I think, basically, is what it comes down to. I guess I'll do one bitbox for the whole computer and keyboard. And then the Stream Deck. Wait, what? What? As I'm drawing this box, the right side, like I started on the right side. Oh, that's very weird. I think I kind of understand what's happening here, but it's very weird. Okay. Okay. To Mac Paint. Now that I've done all that, let's just take a screenshot. I think it would work better if I just work on this as is. Like, so all the objects are in their correct positions. That'll help me see if I've screwed up the perspective at all or anything. And then I can always, you know, erase the stuff that's not going to be bitmap. So, do that. Okay. Okay, save as. Games. Where is anything? There we go, we found it. Streaming room 1. Okay. Which one should I start with? I think I'll start with the lamp. That's an easy one. A little asymmetrical here. Can fix it. I'm just looking at my actual lamp to decide how to draw it. Such spooky music. Okay. Maybe I am in purgatory. Is it Tuesday? It might be. That would be extra spooky. Weekend gone. It's already Tuesday. At least you skip Monday, but still not great. So I think a pattern on this would be good. Also, I'm looking at this curve. This has more of a curve than this does, which is not good. So let's fix that. If anything, it should be the other way around, but I think if we just make them the same, that'll work out fine. Trying to decide if I should end stream with a chapter from the Text Games book again. It feels a little silly to end stream with like reading time every time, but also I kind of love it. Okay, that's better, I think. Something feels weird down here. Last story time was really, really good. Yes, I agree completely. And I imagine most of the chapters in that book are just as interesting. Like, I love the idea of the book just taking a game from each year. And, like, he didn't necessarily pick, you know, like, the most popular or the most important game from each year. Like, I think he, you know, picked ones that, you know, would be interesting to talk about. Can't top Check Tales. Maybe we should just stop then. Haven't even finished the VOD. Oh, I'm so sorry. Okay. So I think I want a pattern on this at some point, but I don't think I'm going to do that quite yet. Like, I'm kind of thinking that kind of approximates what the lamp looks like, maybe. But I'm going to wait. I want to put in textures at the end. So let's work on this little stream deck next. Checkaboo mode engaged. I'm trying to decide if this is a little too small. I think it's just a teeny bit too small. So let's make it bigger. So if I did read another chapter, does anyone have any thoughts on which one? Here's my button. I made a button. So I think if you go there, I want to say at the very bottom? No. Shoot. Oh. It's towards the bottom. There's a section titled What Games Are Featured that has a list of all the games. So if there's a game there that anyone is particularly interested in learning about, let me know. Honestly, they all interest me a lot. Nearly all of them, anyway. And I imagine the ones that don't super interest me would still be interesting. The Kingdom of Loathing. Okay. That's pretty good size. I'm trying to figure out how do I make this look like a Stream Deck without getting too detailed. I guess I could draw fewer buttons that are actually on it. That would probably help. Six yolk omelet. Interesting. Waffle. Are y'all hungry? I'm becoming hungry now. Actually, I was already hungry. I didn't have a snack when I took a break earlier. Can barely do 3. Yeah, I feel like three's about right for me. 2 to 3. Probably 3. Just ate a pastrami sandwich. Nice. I should have a snack soon. What does this thing look like from the side? Okay. Ordered some pizza because I'm knackered. Nice. Pizza. Too spent to make a disaster in the kitchen. I think that's reasonable. I mean, it's Friday night, right? Have a pizza. Yes, please tell us more about your pizza. Also, I would like to hear more about your pastrami sandwich, Emmy. What all did you have on there? I think maybe that's enough detail on the side. I don't want to get too... Yeah, it looks kind of like a Stream Deck. All right, let's do this Macintosh next. Buy fermented foods in semi-bulk for easy, healthy food prep. Culinary says, pretty simple. Hand toss with red sauce, cheese, and red onions. Wife will not allow pineapple today. And he says, I had a jar of garlic kraut that needed eaten. This line seems off to me. That seems a little better. Okay, I'm gonna bring up a Mac 128K reference. Actually, no, they look identical, but we'll do 512K. That's the one I actually had back then. And also in the other room. Culinary says, oh god, garlic kraut sounds like something Wario would be into. Okay, this angle's pretty good. Why must things be so difficult? There we go. That's the reference I'm looking at now, which I think is, it's close enough. I mean, it's close enough to be useful. I wish the keyboard was pulled a little bit further away, but I pretty much know what things look like down here, so it should work. Now I'm thinking about what kind of snack I should have. Get some bagels. That sounds kind of good. Silver says, things I did not think I would be doing today, explaining to someone why an 1800 by 900 character sprite with 600 frames of animation causes their game to crash. That's a big sprite. I think that should cause a game to crash. Like, even if the engine can handle it, I don't think it should. I want to see this sprite. Yeah, I kind of do too. But I assume that's not something you can share. It's a big sprite, and since GPUs load textures uncompressed, it's an 1800 by 900 by 4 bytes for a single frame times 600. Is the game called Huge Undulating Sprite? I mean, do you even have room for anything else at that point? Drawing is hard. That's not right. That's better. I kind of feel like my proportions are off. Like, I think it's either too wide or too short. And I can't decide which way I want to change it. I guess... I think I'm going to make it a little bit taller. Let's roughen the screen first just to figure out if I'm right here. Excuse me. Yeah, I think it just needs to be like 10 pixels taller. Okay. I've drawn so many pixel art classic Macintoshes in the past year. I would play the undulating sprite game. Yeah, I keep thinking about it, and the more I think about it, I would love to just see this absurd sprite game and play it. I take back what I said. The game engine should not crash. That statement was a mistake, and I regret it. DOS streamers are intimidating. Oh, I'm trying to figure out how to draw the curve of this display. Silver said, GDevelop is a wonderful game engine, and it's just a matter of a lot of people using it for their first time with computer graphics or game devs, so they don't know anything about VRAM limits or texture compression, etc. So it's definitely the first time I've heard. I made 600 frames of animation by hand. Oh, man. Yeah, but yeah, I totally get that. Like, it's completely understandable to, you know, do something kind of wild like that and not realize that it's a problem. Like, totally understandable. Oh God, MZZ said, I feel so sorry for them. That's so much work. Yeah. I mean, hopefully there's a way to accomplish what they're doing without, you know, what they're wanting to do without throwing everything out. We're kind of getting there. Hoping they can just rescale the assets. Even that's tricky with pixel art though, right? Like, simply rescale your hand-drawn 600 frames of pixel art sounds like an absolute nightmare to me. I would be crushed. But hopefully it works out somehow. I don't like the way this looks, but it's kind of right-ish. So I'm not sure what to do. Even doing a bulk resize to 50% might make it less of a nightmare. That's about the right width. Getting there. Ooh. I think I just realized part of what's bugging me about this is this should be angled backwards a little bit. And I think that's why it just looks kind of like it looks too rigid. It looks a little lacking in personality, and I think that straight up and down is why. Which sucks. I'll figure it out. Actually, let's save and then save as, just in case I regret my choices. Just gonna take all this and put it over here for a minute. I think that'll help. Oops, I missed a pixel. Once again, I feel like this isn't tall enough. What? Yeah. It says if I tried to make a game with 600 different things in it, I'd probably pass out. Yeah, that's a good point. Also, now I'm looking at my lines here are just completely, those are terrible. We can do better. All right, I'm going to make this a little bit taller again. Because I feel like it's still, well, just, we'll give it 2 pixels. And I'm going to redraw these lines. Try to make them match up better. Yes. I think that's good. Well, that turned into a little bit of a mess, but that's okay. How many streams will I spend drawing this one scene, I wonder? I feel like this is going to be the scene I spend the most time on, which is funny because it's an Easter egg, but that's all right. All right, that's getting there. Drawing in monochrome is much harder than even like 16 color pixel art. Honestly, like even 4 color pixel art, I feel like makes certain things so much easier. And then also doing like multi-point perspective is not easy. There's so many things about this I'm not happy with. I'm just trying to do my best. God, that looks goofy. Why does that look so goofy? Hello, Sonneveld. If I tried to make a game with more than 4 colors in it, I'd probably pass out. I think that's fair. Hope you're doing well. Oh, you're right. I'm listening to the Goofy playlist. Lighthearted nonsense, and that's just exactly what I'm drawing. High energy or calm, upbeat chill. Or maybe maybe what we really need for this particular scenario is funk grooves to make love to your old workstation. You're welcome. I don't know what... Like, I see lots of little things I could tweak. I'm trying to figure out what is the major weirdness of this. And I don't know. Needs banana leaf wallpaper? On the computer or in the room? Also, is this like a specific thing? Like... I googled banana leaf wallpaper and I see what you mean now. Interesting. That would be very hard to draw. Maybe straighter lines on the computer ignores perspective slightly. We just did the exact opposite of that, Sonneveld. Zizzy says, I think wonkier lines on the computer. The Sonneveld guy is an idiot. Ban him. I won't do that, but thank you for supporting my wonky lines. I don't think I want to do straighter lines. I think I slightly prefer this to what I had before. But it is tricky. Banana leaf wallpaper on every surface. Okay, thank you for clarifying. I think I'll stop worrying too much about the computer's wonkiness right now. Maybe it's fine. We'll draw in some other details and come back to it later. Genuinely like the non-straight lines. Definitely gives a better impression of space and character. Thank you. And thank you, Maple Mystery. Okay. Let's try to get a keyboard that looks more like a keyboard and less like a rectangle. Tried to use it like Photoshop again. It's easy to forget sometimes because, like, for the most part, it does everything I want it to do in the way I want it to do it. So it's easy to forget that, like, there's lots of things that are just not present in this at all. Okay, so drawing a keyboard in pixel art is really hard because there's a lot of little squares and rectangles. I've done this keyboard in, I think, 32 colors on my stream overlay and website. Thank you, Sonneville. But again, it's so much easier when you have all those colors. I can't figure out how I'm going to accomplish this in monochrome. But, well, first of all, I think this is too wide or not deep enough. MCZ says, I'm systematically trying to make Sonneveld afraid to critique anyone ever. It's very mean. Sonneveld says, I don't know about these Sonnevelds. I don't know what I'm doing here. I'm just trying to figure out how to make this a little taller. I also like Sonnevelds, just for the record. Especially those three. Oops. Lost my undo. All the slightly not straight lines and just the, you know, the jaggedness of them, like it's really hard to look at them and think, is this perspective right? It's close enough. It's just I'm constantly looking at it and thinking, that seems a little bit off. And it bugs me, but I'm just going to do my best to not worry about it. I still kind of feel like this keyboard is not deep enough. And it's going to be a little annoying to change that, but I think I'm going to do it. This is going to make the perspective more weird. Has anyone tried using BlueStacks? I don't even know what that is. Best mobile gaming platform for PC and Mac. Interesting. It's not exciting. It says, I'm about to drink some homemade Mountain Dew and undulate along at home. Homemade Mountain Dew? Also, there's been a lot of hot dog chat in various parts of my life recently, and I want to encourage you to share the different types of hot dogs you've had recently, if you wish to do so. No pressure though, if you don't feel like it. I'm trying to remember some of the ones. There was a pirate hot dog, right? I don't remember what that consisted of. Also, I hope I'm not doxing you by sharing the types of hot dogs you've had recently. Found a hot dog store in my area. Getting one for the final Synergist stream. Wonderful. I hope when you order it, you ask to have it in a to-go bucket. I want to know what's in homemade Mountain Dew. Yeah, same. Exactly. Prepared your own bucket. Wonderful. I'm so excited. It's not EGA though. Well, we can't all have everything, I suppose. Oh, here we go. Big Mac hot dog. Oh, and Big Mac was like a special sauce, right? Pirate hot dog, Chilean hot dog on a stick. Not very good hot dog. Hot dog with beef, pork, jalapeno, and cheese wiener. Wonderful. Thank you for sharing your hot dogs. I appreciate it. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, we'll move on. I'll start drawing some keys now. So... Actually, let's do this. I'm going to draw... The bottom row on this keyboard doesn't go all the way across, but I'm going to draw a line all the way across just to help get everything the correct angle. Ooh, there have been others, but they didn't really distinguish themselves. Well, they deserve to go unmentioned then. Big Mac had shredded lettuce, special sauce, pickles, and little beef meatballs. I have never had a hot dog with significant additional stuff on it. Generally, when I eat a hot dog, it's just got some mustard and ketchup on it. I've maybe had ones that have a little bit more than that on it, but like this, the idea of piling all this other stuff onto a hot dog is fascinating to me, and I'm a little bit intrigued, but also a little bit scared. Pirate hot dog was wiener, battered fried crab, lettuce, and tartar sauce, and an eye patch. Chilean, I only remember the sweet corn. Should have taken notes. Pirate dog has limed to ward off scurvy. That's a good idea. Japa dogs with kind of Japanese condiments and foodstuffs. Okay. Next week, I'm going to rock one with sauerkraut. Nice. I wonder if I made this part of the computer a little bit too tall. This little inset bottom part. Just a tiny bit, maybe. Years ago, I was getting ready to do a podcast called Operation Hot Dog Club, but it fell through. Oh, that's a shame. Something got a little weird down here. Yeah, I'm not going to worry about it. One 900 hot dog, excuse me. A humor site with a podcast. Interesting. Ugh, this bugs me. It's such a bummer when pixels like the diagonal of this line here is just lining up in a weird way with this corner, and it's kind of hard to fix without making something else look wrong. Yeah, maybe that's okay. It's slightly less bad now, I think. One time I went to a restaurant with graffiti food names on the front window, and one of the tags said hot dog, but they didn't have hot dogs on the menu, and I was so upset. That is upsetting. Also, graffiti reminds me of... in my youth, I did some graffiti on like, is viaduct the right word? I think that's right. Near some train tracks, and I wonder if it's still there. I drove by it recently. I drove nearish to it recently, which got me wondering about that. I probably should not worry so much about putting all the detail into this keyboard, but it's tricky. Like, what I want to do is figure out just the right amount of like detail to hint at, and then figure out a way to suggest the rest of it. But I could do something simpler like that. Thank you for the egret. Hinton says, me, this thing looks so good. Robot Spacer, I can fix this entire thing later. I mean, I'm pretty happy with it. It's getting there. And I don't have any huge complaints with what I've drawn so far. It's hard not to fuss at things. Maple Mystery says the 900 Hot Dog did an amazing episode about It's a Royal Knockout, an obstacle course-based competition hosted by the actual royal family, who had the pull to get a bunch of celebrities and pro sports stars on the show, and it's a mess. Meatloaf is on it, and they call him Meaty. Oh God. Christopher Reeve is also in it. Wow. Incredible. And John Travolta. Wow. It's a royal knockout. Something like that, I guess. Let's experiment with adding depth to these keys. That's the thing I keep going back and forth on here. Why? Oh, that's not closed. Okay, let's fix that. That's tricky. I think I kind of like that. I don't know. It's bordering on too much detail, but I can kind of get rid of some of the lines a little bit. Like I could go back and make these like dotted lines depending on how I do the shading and stuff. Okay, I could use a little bit of a break. I'm going to go do that, and I will be back in a couple minutes. I'm so sorry, Hinton. I fixed it. We're back to just one pixel Mac. It's all better now. Okay, so I need a little bit more of a break from pixel art. So I wanted to share a thing. I completely neglected to announce my next Tuesday game on Tuesday. So I'm going to do that now. And I also want to show the thing I got. Calm myself down with some edible glutinous paper. Edible glutinous paper. It's Murder Club. I haven't actually opened this up yet. Yeah, so, shoot, where's that magazine? So I have a magazine somewhere around here that I showed off on stream at some point, and it's got a bunch of game boxes on the cover, and one of them is Murder Club. And it always kind of intrigued me, but I never knew much about it. But when I shared that recently, I was like, all right, I need to learn more about Murder Club. This game sounds cool. Like, just such a, like, simple but compelling title. And then I learned that, shoot, what's her name? I always forget her name. Rika Suzuki. I learned about Rika Suzuki, who is the game developer that designed Murder Club, as well as Hotel Dusk, and shoot, what else? Gosh, there's a series that was never translated at all that looks really, really cool. I'm looking up the bio right here to remind me. The 1920 series is that one that never got localized. It looks so cool. I don't know if anyone has ever done like a fan translation or something. I couldn't find anything about that. Also, Trace Memory. And there's a video that I watched about her, and it was great. And I was like, all right, I want to play this game on stream, and I want to track down a physical copy. So I finally ordered one recently. This is actually a PC 98 version of the game. This is not what I will play because it's only in Japanese. So I'll be playing a DOS version. I wanted to get a box for the DOS version, but I could not find it anywhere. Been meaning to play Murder Club for a while. Nice. There's a bunch of games in the series from what I've seen. Yeah, there are additional games in the JB Herald series. I was gonna play it, but the UI was hard. Yeah, I'm curious what it'll be like. I played it just a tiny bit, just kind of poked around to see what it was like and make sure it was gonna run properly and everything. And it seems like it'll be a little bit tricky, like it'll maybe be a little bit of a learning curve. I saw a description that's kind of dry in its like presentation, which I feel like seems accurate from what I saw of it. But I'm sure I'll get the hang of it eventually. And I kind of get the impression that taking notes is fairly important, which is great for me. I think there's another one folks are working to fan translate. Manhattan Requiem, I think it was called. Interesting. Let's peek at some of the stuff we got in here. Personal records. I think, yeah, like a bunch of the stuff is actually filled in this copy in Japanese, which is cool. Fortunately, it's in Japanese, so it's not spoilers for me, a person who can't read Japanese. Oh, interesting. This seems a little bit stuck together. Okay. Oh, okay. So this they've actually taped these character portraits in place. It looks like a map of the entire area on this side. Manual. It's interesting. I can't tell what's going on here, but these little drawings are great. And disc. Keep away from magnetic field. Don't bend or fold. Never touch the exposed disc surfaces. Insert carefully. Avoid direct sunlight. Keep it in moderate environment. Do not write on disc with hard, pointed implement. Also, do not feed to crocodiles. So yeah, Murder Club. That'll be my next Tuesday game. I'll start on that this coming Tuesday. And I'm very excited. Oh, also another thing was that I wanted to get a copy of the game that had the original graphics. There are some other versions of the game where they like completely redid everything. Like all the graphics are different, and also the UI is significantly different. But I really like the it's a little bit cartoonier style in the original version, and I really dug the style of it. So I'll be playing the DOS EGA version in English. Computers used to be so cool. They sure did. In general, do not approach crocs, whether defeat them or not. I suppose that's good advice. All right. Something's still bugging me, mainly about the display here. I could just not worry about it. But I keep looking at it to figure out if there's some little tweak I could make that would make me happier with it. I think I want to get rid of this here. Let's do a little pixel like that, maybe. Can't believe you're going to trick us into watching a DOS stream. I mean, I've done it before. I've done it before, and I'll do it again. I'm sorry. It is a little late, isn't it? Good night, 6-7. I hope you sleep well. Yeah, I think that's... I'm a little bit happy with that. All right. What else? I guess I'll draw a microphone here. I'm just thinking. Like I was saying, I'll definitely do the microphone in pixel art. I think the rest of this I might just try to do in vector. Like, I think the stuff on the desk is kind of going to be the focus. And then this other stuff, you know, I want that to be there, but it should kind of fade in the background, so we'll maybe shade it so it doesn't stand out so much. So it's okay if it's not quite as detailed, not quite as perfect. I might do the camera as pixel art, but we'll see. Can you put a period-appropriate mobile phone on the arm? I mean, period-appropriate to what? Like, I guess the game takes place in the 90s, so like that period-appropriate? A 90s phone? Because if we're doing like period appropriate to World Builder and the computer here, then I don't think that really works out. I'm sure. What was the state of mobile phone technology? Was that like could you maybe get like a kind of briefcase phone back then? Perhaps. Hinton says, yeah, 90s, not late 90s. Okay. I'll think about it. That might be more detail than I'm willing to put into this this little object up here. But I'll think about it. My grandparents rocked a monochrome Mac into the 2000s. Nice. That's fantastic. In the 90s, they were trapezoids with long antennas. I think when I got my first mobile phone. Those were 80s. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. I've got a webpage here with mobile phone history. I'm just going to press this button and hope it works. Hey, it worked. Great. Okay. So we have mobile phones, 85 to 86 at the top here. Honestly, I'm very surprised that there were phones that compact then. It seems super surprising to me. 86, 87, 89, 92, 94, Digital phones 1991 to 2000. 1995. Oh, we're going out of order here. Okay, so these are 95, 96. Like, I feel like this here is probably around when I first got a mobile phone. Maybe in here. So, like, mid to late 90s. Certainly. But probably around... Probably around 96, 97. One of those is the Matrix phone. Exciting. Use whatever product placement phone was in the X-Files movie. Yeah, they're starting to get more familiar there. Okay, let's see if I can make this look like a microphone. Ooh, you had a Matrix phone. Exciting. What exactly is a Matrix phone? It's just the phones they used in the Matrix? Sorry, I'm trying to bring it up here. So like this looks like a shot from actual The Matrix. So is this what we're talking about? Oh, nice. With that flip out. Oh, that's great. I assume this is what we're talking about, but let me know if that's not correct. Oh, you didn't have that one. Saw my old phone in another movie. Ah, okay. I can't remember. The first phone I had was super generic. It was definitely like a, just give me whatever you got with, reasonable features or whatever. And then at one point I got super into like finding the ideal cell phone. Like I really wanted something that could play MP3s, and that had like, at least acceptable like email and web browsing support, even if it was just like, I can't remember the name for the mobile phone web page technology of the time, but it was very simplistic. And I checked out a bunch of like expensive and or like imported phones until I finally settled on something that was like acceptable to me. WAP, thank you. That's the one. Liked Motorola phones. I had a Pebble and it was cute. Ooh. Motorola makes sturdy phones. They're good value. I really can't remember the brand of any of the ones I had. I think the last one I had was a Sony. That was imported from, I want to say Thailand or something. I can picture my first mobile phone very well, but I can't make out the logo on it or anything like that. I feel like it's almost within my grasp. Who are these Bard fans? I don't know. I'll be honest. this is maybe my least favorite of your playlists. Let's get the Chill Tunes is absolutely my favorite. I'm glad you agree. Like, it's not bad. It's just, you know, there's other ones that are so much better. It's funny that that one got so popular, but also like I can kind of see why, in a weird way. Just hacking stuff together for fun. I think I need to. So here's a question while we're talking about playlists. How do you determine what is DMCA safe? Is there any trick to that? Or do you just kind of assume that if it's, you know, some old DOS MIDI music that it ought to be fine? I'm assuming the latter, but, you know, maybe you got some tricks I haven't thought of. Dungeon Sith nerds come home. Yes, my lord. If it's copyrighted, YouTube will flag it. So you just upload it to YouTube and then see if it gets flagged. Yeah, that was kind of the one thing I was thinking of that could work. But I also feel like, you know, Twitch seems like they kind of use something a little bit different than what YouTube uses. That's kind of what my microphone looks like, I guess. Eighty percent of what I upload is fairly obscure too. Yeah, like I've been digging through old Mac music, and like it feels like stuff that's from an old game that you know, is no longer for sale, and like, you know, the company isn't even around anymore. Like I feel like that stuff is probably going to be fine. Silver says YouTube is pretty decent about it. You get a notice and just have to take action, and they're automatically remove the music feature. Works maybe 75% of the time. Yeah, their system is certainly much better than what Twitch has going on. It's like I'm just using things from the top 10 DOS games. Yeah. Yeah, it's decent. Things aren't lining up here, but we can fix that. Thank you for streaming, by the way. Today's a rough day and the chill vibes in here are a big help. Well, I'm glad. And I'm sorry you're having a rough day. maybe I'll just get rid of that. Don't need that. We can redraw it. So I feel like I need to simplify this just a little bit. Okay. I'm not actually simplifying it much so far, but it's going all right. Mystery says, yeah, the stream is also good co-working, getting me through some tedious stuff. Nice. Glad to hear that. Yeah, that looks pretty good, I think. Honestly, that might be the favorite of all the objects I've drawn so far. I think it kind of helps that it's not on the desk, so like the perspective doesn't have to match up with anything. Thank you, Silver. Okay. Now what? I'm debating whether it's time to start, like, shading things. Or if I maybe want to make some more adjustments to stuff I'm not quite happy with. Like, I feel like part of it is, it's tricky because some things I will probably be more happy with once I start shading them and I'm able to like figure out how to like, you know, like there's certain lines where I feel like I'll probably end up doing like you know, this kind of effect so it becomes a dotted line instead of a solid black line, and I feel like that will help with a lot of the stuff I'm not quite happy with. So maybe I should go ahead and start shading things. I regret that immediately. I do want to bring that down a pixel or two, but let's do it differently. Yeah, that helps, I think. I think I want to tweak this Stream Deck a little more. Oops. Let's see if this looks terrible or not. Ooh, yeah, that looks kind of terrible. It'd be nice to give them, maybe something like that's okay. Be nice to have a little depth to these buttons. Yeah, it seems all right. Okay. Good. Now I'll actually start shading things. I feel pretty confident that anyone who has seen a Stream Deck will recognize it. Nice, thank you. Wish I had more hot dog tales to share, but sadly I'm making pizza tonight. I don't think anyone should be sad about making pizza. I think that's wonderful. Waffle deck, yes. Okay. So now the question is, how do I shade any of this? I'm thinking about how well lit the room should be. Also, what should be on the screen? Ghost? There might be a ghost. On the screen, we could have a Mac Paint UI We could have a world builder UI. Or we could have like the game itself. I think world builder or the game makes the most sense. Like world builder could just be the 4 overlapping windows you see like when you first open it up. Thought you had a ghost, but maybe you don't. OBS screen. That would be funny. It might be a little harder to communicate. Just because OBS is like... The main characteristic of OBS is that there's a lot going on. It could change. We could do different ones. I don't know if that's worth the effort, but it's an option. I think I'm going to mock up the game. It's like the bus stop scene of the game seems like it would be pretty nice. What's the Mac equivalent of Solitaire or Minesweeper? You know, that's a great question. Oh, we don't have the puzzle in here. Okay, I gotta boot up. Gotta boot up my other Mac here again. Salt says something the player is guaranteed to have seen makes sense. Yeah, I agree. Hold on a sec here. Let's... Oh, it's already amazing. It just worked. Incredible. Okay. Oh, wait. No, it's frozen. That's easy enough to fix. I don't even know if I have the puzzle on this Mac, but I feel like it should be. Yeah, jigsaw puzzle. This is the first thing that came to mind. Let's see what other desk accessories do we have here. Oh gosh, there was also a sliding block puzzle. But yeah, this is the only one we have on here. But yeah, it's a little jigsaw puzzle. It's very, very simple. The pieces snap into place. I kind of think you can maybe change the image. Let's see, options, start new puzzle, set background color, use sound effects, show picture, solve puzzle. Open. I'll try that after I solve a puzzle. It's very exciting content, I'm sure. But I'm doing it. It's gotta be over here. Yeah? No? Is that Greenland? It's gotta be. Yeah, okay. It's such an exciting conclusion. All right, now let's see. Can we make our own? Is that a thing? Like, there's an open command, but I don't know what I can open necessarily. I don't know that I have any pictures on here. Success bingo, yeah. Well, you get the idea. I think you can change the picture. All right, let's try to draw the main screen of the game. I'm just checking to see if I already have a screenshot of that somewhere. I do. Nice. Just want to open that up for reference. Okay. So we have a fairly square graphics window, and then a skinny text window. Let's see, we need to have a menu bar along the top, so these need to move down. Oops. Not you. Might be too much detail for the windows, but it seemed worth trying. And then the active window has like black filled in here. It's not terrible, but it's not great. That works pretty well. Maybe I'll draw both windows the same way, even though that's not how it would look. Yeah, I think I like that better. Now I'm trying to figure out how to draw something that looks a little bit like the bus stop at the start of our game. It's kind of tricky. That looks pretty good for some text. You could just draw loss and troll the player. I could. This is so tricky. This is like pixel art on extra hard mode. Have to get car maintenance early tomorrow before stream. Bummer, so I must vanish. Have a rad night, all. You have a rad night as well, Silver. Thanks for hanging out. Sleep well. Hinton says, looks great, but hear me out. Just the bus stop scene, no UI, and someone is sitting at the bus stop. It's kind of great. It's kind of great. I wonder if I could draw it in a way that it looks clear that there's someone sitting there. Is that enough? Should I just leave it at that? I feel like if I go too far with it, it will stop being clear what's being depicted. Thank you. I think this might be a rare case where I do my best to ignore Hinton's suggestion. Thank you for doing your best to give me more work, though, Hinton. It's always appreciated. Maybe this image to start and then Hinton's idea when it's clicked. Interesting. Okay, fine. You're bullying me into doing it. I'll try it. We'll see how it looks. Let's go back to a file that doesn't have anything on the screen yet. Streaming room. I need to play P and Giddy just so I can enjoy the soundtrack. Okay. So, just the bus stop, and someone is sitting there. This scene feels, especially with this idea of you click on it and it gives you a close-up of the bus stop, it feels extremely Cosmic Osmo to me. Which is great, just to be clear. put it to the right more so I could get the sign out front of the bus stop in more, but I think I might skip that actually. I think even if I can't draw a person in a way that looks clear, I love this idea of you click on it and it like zooms in, and then you click on it again and then you'll go back to the game. So I'm going to save a version of this like this before I try to put a person in it. Okay, so what should their arms be doing? How is this person sitting exactly? I'm trying to think of both what is a good pose and like what's a pose that isn't going to get too complicated in such a small number of pixels. Like, I don't know, I might sit with my arms crossed, you know, but I feel like that might be hard to draw at this size. Tricky. Just draw that no arms guy Homestar. I can't decide if this is working or not. It might be helped with a little bit of shading. It's hard to say. I feel like that's too much. I think you might need to make a little more abstract compared to the room. Not a lot of pixels to work with. Yeah. I guess I feel like trying to draw a person is maybe too much detail. Like, I like the way this looks. I like the way both of these look. But this just feels busy. Like, I know what I was trying to draw, so I can see what it's meant to look like, but I feel like it doesn't read super well if you don't already know that. Okay. We will make a copy of this one. Oops, I missed a pixel. That's okay. And for now, I'm going to put this one back in, since that's kind of our main image. Needs to be more iconic like a classic Mac UI. Simply be that good at design. Ah, yes. Thank you. Very good advice. All right. Let's try to shade this scene a little bit. So I started talking earlier about how I don't know how to shade this exactly. Like, I don't know what the lighting is here. Like, normally, like, you know, right now the lighting in here, this lamp is on, this key light is on, and there's also an overhead light. So it's relatively bright. And there's light coming, you know, from multiple sources. Also, the screen is giving off light, of course. But I could do something that's a little bit moodier, more dimly lit. I'm a little tempted to make the walls fairly dark. There's a lamp right there. I say just that one on. It's not a bad option. Make it more creepy. Yeah. Okay, we'll try that. I'm going to start with the computer just because I feel like that's the thing that's going to be the trickiest for me to be happy with. I'm just trying to decide if that's a good value for that. Yeah, I don't think I want to go too dark. So that seems good. This frame around the screen is always kind of tricky because, you know, the screen's giving off light. So I think I'm going to do kind of a highlight along here. Let's see how that looks anyway. I think I like that. Try a slightly lighter shade just to compare. We'll do that. Yeah. That seems pretty good. Still not quite happy with this keyboard. Alex worse, actually. Let's take the don't worry about the perspective looking a little weird route. Oops. I don't love the way that turned out, but I also don't hate it, and I'm not sure how to make it better. Let's see what happens if I do this. Ever think about using a black and white pattern fill on a 1 pixel gap between 2 black lines? Yes. All the time. I think it's a perfectly valid thing to do. Sometimes computers just blow my mind. Same. Okay. I think I like that. Probably look bad, but I'm gonna try it. Yeah, it looks terrible. That's better. Like on the actual keyboard, the keys are a darker color than the case, but It's not important. Stream Deck. Looks pretty good. Lamp. I'm looking over to see what colors the lamp should be, and I realize that I've missed some details that aren't essential, but I maybe want to get in. Also, the base is maybe a little on the small side. Let's try adjusting it. First of all, there's like a chain to turn it on and off with a ball at the end. What happened here? There we go. Okay, I think I'm happy with that. So the post is metallic. And then like there's two layers here. This top one is like kind of this, I assume, extremely fake marbly stuff. This is a very cheap IKEA lamp. Oops. And then there's like a metal part at the bottom. And then the shade is like this. It's white, but it has a fabric texture to it. And I feel like something like this kind of approximates it. But that feels a little too dark. I can't decide if I like that. Like, it doesn't really look like that, but it also, it kind of works. I'm a little hesitant to use one of the like more playful patterns just because I haven't used those a lot. And it maybe stands out a little too much, but it's also kind of fun. Try one of the patterns that no one ever uses. I mean, we could do like some scales. That's kind of fun. Can't remember. Did I use that on something else? I might have used that on another lamp, actually. Do you like that one? Better than this? Okay, we'll go with that. I need to look. I'm gonna look directly into the lamp that is on. It's fine. Okay. I just wanted to get an idea of like what this actually looks like up here. I didn't blind myself. It's fine. Okay, that's pretty good. And at the right angle, you can see just a tiny bit of the bulb. It's hard to say if this is necessarily that kind of angle, but I think I'll try it and see how it feels. Yeah, I think I like that. It kind of adds to it a little bit. Sure. Okay, microphone. Tricky. I feel like this is the better value, but the lines get completely lost. Hello, Uli. Good to see you. Thought I had a Loom shirt on, but your cam is mirrored, isn't it? Yeah, it is. I guess it's almost a Doom shirt. Ooh, playing Firmament. How are you liking Firmament so far? Oh, you're starting at Sunday. Okay, nice. Well, in that case, I hope you enjoy it. What I saw when testing it runs looked interesting. Watched Silver Streak play a little of it, but I feel like I didn't see enough to really get a good impression of how much I would enjoy it. Oops. I think that looks alright. Felt very much like another Myst, but also very different, which is exactly what I was hoping for. Yeah, for sure. Did that work? It didn't show up right for me. Oh, whoops. Forgot about that. Just hope it will be more obvious at the end what should be done than it was an abduction. I needed a walkthrough there for the last choice. Oh, that's a bummer. Look at that cool potato. I like that. It's not bad. What console were you planning to port this game to? Playdate. Yes, Playdate. With which, if you're not familiar with, do I have mine here? Maybe I don't. I do have a button though. There's the website for anyone that is not familiar with the Playdate. So yeah, the plan is to finish this version. Once the game is done, I think the plan is to have a game that's pretty much complete, and then I will get some folks to play test it and give me feedback on. There's some things in particular that I'm not sure about. And while that is going on, I want to make actual like box art. Hopefully I can manage to paint it. If I struggle with painting, which I don't have a ton of experience in, I will do like colored pencil, maybe marker or something like that. But hopefully I can get the look I'm going for, at least with like traditional media. Because I want it to feel like a period appropriate box cover. And then, based on the feedback, we'll make some tweaks to the game to try to make it as approachable as it reasonably can be. And then I'll release it, and then I'll start working on the Playdate version. Lily says, mine arrived a little while ago, and seeing the black and white dithered images load tile by tile from the internet was such a weird 2000s, 90s mashup situation. Yeah, it's a neat little device. Okay. So I think I'm ready to start dropping these bitmap objects into World Builder, and then we can fill in the shading for our major objects and get a better idea of how this all looks together. So let's see. I think I'm going to do a save as. I want to get rid of most of these extra lines here. Oops. Favorite feature so far of the Playdate, which is a bit weird but not meant as a knock, is that its screensaver is a clock. I kind of want to use it as my alarm clock now. Yeah, they, like a little bit related to that, they announced a dock accessory at some point, which I feel like would make it especially nice to use as a clock. I don't think they've given like a status update on that accessory in a while, but as I understand, it is still planned. But I would love to have it just to kind of display that when I'm not using it. It's also like a little Bluetooth speaker, which is neat. Okay. I kind of love this, just the objects by themselves. Just kind of floating like this looks kind of nice. Okay. This is tricky. I could just do these as a single object, but oh God, I just realized some of these are going to be too tall to be a single enclosed object. It's going to be a pain. We'll figure it out. The lamp I can split up into two parts. Oops. Hopefully that'll work out okay. This bottom piece might still be too tall though. Okay. Add a few drop shadows, just put them on a shapeless countertop like with the Muppets. Yeah, I think that would look cool. But for the game, I think I do want them to be in the room space. Okay, yeah, so that got split up into two pieces. So I could make the base a separate piece, and that should be fine. Kind of annoying, but that's okay. Guess I'll have to wait for the merch design. Robot Space Short Game t-shirt or so. Yeah. Okay, let's get rid of most of these. Let's get rid of them all. I think I can line this up how I want it. Oh, what happened here? Oh, I lost the bottom line of this. Dang it. Alright. I'm gonna... discard those changes. Oh, what? Oh, okay, so this is like a pixel too tall, and that one pixel is a separate object. Okay. Ah, that's annoying, but I can just make it a pixel shorter. Okay. This one is fine, at least. Thank you, Stream Deck, for being so small. Okay, and then this is of course a problem. I can't think of any good way to split this up that isn't like weirdly complex. Like I could make the front part of it an object and then bottom. Now the side's probably going to be too tall. Yeah. So I think the easiest way to handle this is to just draw a shape around it to make it opaque. Which is annoying, but it'll work. Heck. Okay, we'll split that into two pieces too. Okay. Wasn't where World Builder had a height limit on images. I wonder what the technical rationale behind that is. File format, concurrent RAM use, something I've forgotten about Pict 1, but Pict is unlikely the culprit as Scrapbook shows it all fine. Yeah, I don't really know. It's just this bit box. Wait, yeah, actually, I kind of forgot about that. If we create a bit box in here, it can be taller. But I don't think there's any way to paste into that. God, that'd be both great and maddening if it turned out there was. Yeah. So it's just a weird way of handling bitmaps that are pasted in. paste in this view, so. I'm wondering if pasting in from Super Paint would be the same. I can't remember if I ever tried that. The layering here is going to be a pain. I wish there was like a send backward, like to move an object back one layer at a time. But there's not. Okay. Pretty good. So just for curiosity's sake, let's open up Super Paint. Do you know the exact width height limit? I think it's 100 pixels tall where it splits them, but I'm not positive. It's definitely not like, I feel like it's 100 pixels, which seems a little odd. Yeah. I'm looking for an image in here that's like the exact height. Okay. Little Sweetie is the exact height, I believe. Because we had to shave off a pixel to get her to fit. So we can do this in Super Paint. How do I zoom in here? Zoom in, okay. Oh, we get different zoom levels. That's pretty cool. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Maybe I'm wrong. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32. Okay, it might be 64. I wasn't counting exactly, but 32 is right around the midpoint here. So maybe it's 64. That seems a little more sensible. Good afternoon, Verdantry. Good to see you. It's going pretty well. We are we're working on a scene that is basically my streaming room. It's a little bit of an Easter egg. And currently we're just discussing some weird little world builder limitations. Sorry about that noise. Okay, so now let's see if pasting an object from here behaves any differently. So we want the bitmap mode. We'll just draw a big rectangle. Can anyone ever know the answer to the question, why computers? I don't think so. I can't imagine this will behave any differently. I'm just kind of curious. What? What? Are you kidding? That was a single object if you couldn't tell. Okay, so now the question is, let's open up my the image I was just working on. So here's an interesting question. If I put it in the scrapbook first, is that going to change anything about it? I guess we can try it both ways. Let's get the lamp, because the lamp would be great to have as just one big old piece. So maybe import Superpaint graphics as vectors. No, actually, I wanted to do that at one point, but I couldn't figure out how to get vectors from Superpaint into World Builder, which was surprising to me. Because I believe Ray Dunnican, who did some of the better known third-party World Builder games, created art in Superpaint and then imported it as vectors. So I don't know if there's something I'm missing to get that to work right, or if maybe a different version of Superpaint would work better. But I'm pretty sure, you know, if you have a bitmap object, it's going to remain a bitmap. There it is, all one piece. Pizza is nearly ready. Stay right out there, Mac fans. I will do my best, Hinton. I hope you enjoy your pizza. Whoops. This would have saved me so much trouble if I figured it out sooner. But, I mean, I'm not going to argue. It's great that I know it now. Gosh. Okay, so then I also pasted one in the scrapbook. Let's see if this works. That works too. Okay, cool. What a strange thing. I think Scrapbook stores any clipboard data type, but I'm not sure if it stores all types for one object. I did notice that when I paste in from Superpaint, it shows the type as link, comma, picked. So I assume that means it has, you know, a couple of different data types in there together. Okay, so now we can go back and get the computer all as one piece, which will make things a little bit nicer there. Did that again. Why? Just gonna delete this keyboard to get it out of the way. How did you import them originally that they got made smaller? So I've been doing all the art in Mac Paint rather than Superpaint. And then I just, you know, select them. I usually use the lasso tool to get the smallest selection possible, and then either paste directly into World Builder or, you know, paste in the scrapbook and then paste into World Builder. But clearly Superpaint even if you're copying a bitmap, is putting different data into the clipboard. Yeah, and now I'm opening the Mac Paint files in Super Paint and copying from there. So that's giving me a different result, which I did not expect. Okay, so now we can delete this and our vector in the background there. We just have one nice little object. Gosh. Cool. So one thing I was thinking about when I was working on all that is that I feel like the height of the desk top here is on the short side. I think I'm just going to redraw that. That's too tall. Maybe it's okay though. Let's see how it looks. Trying to get rid of this little pixel hanging off the end here. Oh, okay, it's part of this. Let's see. There we go. Okay. Let's start filling in some other stuff here. So I was talking about putting some more detail into this here, but I might not actually. It's too dark. It seems all right. Oh, I missed a comment here. My best guess now is that WorldBuilder creates an off-screen bitmap to draw each image in to convert vectors to bitmaps. And that's limited to 64 by 64. And that Super Paint images already come in a custom bitmap format, which means that it skips that rasterizing step. Not sure if I want to fill on the desktop here. I think I'll just leave that white. I'm going to want to delete this just because it'll be annoying to work with, but I want to see what this looks like at this point with a background fill. Maybe like that. Most likely it could be making two of these bitmaps, one for the opacity mask, which it probably calculates using a flood fill. Alright, I think that looks pretty good. Obviously still got a bunch of stuff to do here. It's almost 3, jeez. I'm going to take a short break. I'm not going to go a lot longer. I think I might still read a chapter from the text games book, but I'll be back in a couple minutes. Okay. So let's see. Let's fill in some more of these patterns here. That one, I guess I need to draw another shape. Can I? Can I just shrink this down? Can I get away with that? I think I can. Shoot. Okay, that's pretty good. It's not perfect, but I think it's fine. What about the window? It's not bad. Is there an interesting pattern we could use? Probably not. It's too much. We'll just go with that. What? Oh, whoops. I thought I selected a different object. I was wrong. Trying to get the top part. Is that it? I think that's it. Okay. Okay, so something like that. And I think outside the window it should be dark. Oops. Sometimes when I do hacky little patches like this, I remember how on the oldest of Macintosh computers, everything draws layer by layer, so you'll be able to see this weird shape. It's like the first thing that'll appear, which isn't great, but I feel like I just gotta kind of accept it. I think just black maybe works best. Yeah. It's looking pretty good. I think I want some shadows on the desk. Only draws layer by layer because they didn't use an off-screen buffer like HyperCard. On Mac Plus or later. Actually, I don't know for sure how the 512K behaves, but I do know on the 128K it draws layer by layer, whereas on a Mac Plus or later, the whole thing draws at the same time, which is interesting. Looks pretty good, I think. I feel like every new thing I draw makes me think, man, I'm gonna want to update everything else to make it look this nice. Done for the night. Thanks for streaming. I'm super looking forward to Murder Club. Nice. Thank you for hanging out, and I hope you sleep well. I guess the stream deck needs a little shadow as well. World Builder buffers on the Plus. Yeah, from what I can tell. That makes sense. For a full screen image, this is smaller, but I know the 9-inch screen size by heart, not this one. You need about 22K just to store the pixels in RAM. Okay, interesting. Yeah, I'm not sure what the dimensions are of the graphics area here. I think the one thing we're missing here is it should be darker under the desk. Oh, the one big thing. Still some other little details I want to improve on. Let's see, send it back, and then send this to back. There we go. None of these seem quite right to me. I'll just go with that for now. HyperCard has one bitmap for the foreground, one for the background, and one for the foreground's mask, and then draws those into the final bitmap. So that'd be 66K just to draw to screen. Interesting. All right. I think I'm pretty happy with that. I will definitely finish up some details here, like these Basically, this whole part of it needs to be cleaned up a little more. The camera needs to be slightly more than a rectangle. This needs to look more like something. It's a phone that's my overhead camera pushed off to the side. It doesn't need to look exactly like what it is, but it could look a little nicer. But we'll deal with that next time, I think. I might end up putting a little detail in the drawers here. This is emulating a Mac Plus. I do have I have an actual 512K, but it doesn't run at the moment. And I also have an actual Mac Plus now that I just got recently. All right, let's check out our little Easter egg room in the game if we can here. So we want to go to the credits. Feel a strange pulling sensation. And then here we are. Neat. And we'll have a little bit of interactivity here. Cool. Can you do me a favor and check how much memory the OS uses? Okay. So system is 167K. I'm trying to understand this Finder. Like, I guess this dark sliver is how much it's actually using, and then the rest is just available to the Finder if it needs it. Okay, so I do still want to read another chapter of my text game book. Mzizzy wanted to hear the Kingdom of Loathing chapter, but I'm not sure if she's still here. If you are still here, let me know and I'll read that one. Otherwise, I will take suggestions. Here's a link to the book. If you scroll down towards the end, there is a list of all the games that are covered in this book. Where's my book? They're also right here on the cover. So that means 345K available for apps on a 512 on a good day. Yeah. What would I like to read about? See, we got Oregon Trail, Rocket, Hunt the Wumpus, Super Star Trek, D&D, Adventure. Adventure might be kind of tempting. Zork, Pirate Adventure. Zork is also very tempting. The Cave of Time, Choose Your Own Adventure #1. Mud, His Majesty's Ship Impetuous, The Hobbit, Suspended. We already read The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. A Mind Forever Voyaging, Uncle Roger, Plundered Hearts. We also already read Prastavba, Monster Island, Lambda Mu. Have we read King of Dragon Pass? No, we have not. I'll continue reading them all just because I already started and I'm halfway done. Trade Wars 2002, Silverwolf, Curses, The Playground, Patchwork Girl, So Far, Archaea, Photopia, King of Dragon Pass, Galatea, The Beast, Screen, Kingdom of Loathing, Fire Tower, Shades of Doom, Dwarf Fortress. This one's a mouthful for me. Lu Kamun, En El Museo de la Conciencias, Violet, Fallen London, Digital, A Love Story, Nested, Howling Dogs, Versu, A Family Supper, 80 Days, Lifeline, Choices, The Freshman, Universal Paperclips, Werewood, AI Dungeon, and Sense and Semiosis. So since Salt Ranger requested King of Dragon Pass, I think we'll do that one. I do not know anything about that one. It's from 1999, 357. I think that's half French and half Spanish. Interesting name. Yeah, I was kind of thinking that, but wasn't confident enough to say that myself. Okay. King of Dragon Pass. David Dunham, project lead. Robin Laws, lead writer and co-designer. Elise Bowditch, associate producer. Greg Stafford, additional design and writing, and others. Style is a storylet-driven procedural story, which is very intriguing. Debuted October 29th, 1999, retail. Launch platform, Macintosh and Windows. Publisher, A Sharp. Language, C++ for the engine. Opal scripting language for the story. And Mtropolis for the UI. Launch price, $37.50 for the CD-ROM. I'm gonna... Lieux, Leo? Oh, this current song is fine, but I want to go back to my preferred chill mix here. Mtropolis, that's intriguing. That was sort of a director competitor at the time. Interesting. The name is familiar, but I know nothing about it myself. Yeah, I don't know how to pronounce with the umlaut either. But thank you for trying to help me. There was once a time when gods and people walked the earth together. It's the best game you've never played. It's one of the best video games ever made. It's timeless. There is nothing like it in the world. A game with a smoothly telescopic scale that alternates seamlessly between fantasy empire builder and character-driven RPG. It's a tough game to describe, part text adventure, part civilization game, and part choose-your-own-adventure book. It feels like a book come to life. It's an original game design, something all too rare in this world of big-budget clones. It has a more convincing illusion of conflict and consequence than anything one reviewer had ever played. It's just so different than any other game. It flows like a novel, but when you have a hand in writing, you can play it over and over again. It's amazing. It's basically peerless. It's outstanding and exceptional. It is, one reviewer declared, the game you've been waiting for. And when it first released, it bombed. Call me shallow, wrote Computer Gaming World upon the publication of King of Dragon Pass in 1999, but I want gameplay and graphics, and I'll bet you do too. Damningly, the reviewer wrote, Dragon Pass is just a few icons and pretty hand-drawn screens away from being a text-based game. At the end of the 90s, when sales of graphics cards were surging and polygon counts were king, text-based was a terminal insult. Asking gamers to pay for words was inconceivable. David Dunham and his wife, Elise Bowditch, had not expected such a hard sell. Their game did have graphics, after all. Hundreds of screens of hand-drawn art, evocative, even if it wasn't 3D or animated. It had deep, strategic gameplay, evolved over 3 years of development into something compelling, unique, and eminently replayable. And it was set in the world of Glorantha, a fantasy setting popularized by the tabletop role-playing game RuneQuest, with a rich, deep lore and hundreds of thousands of fans. It could be over a decade before Dragon Pass found an audience and claimed its place as a classic. The story of what went so wrong with the game's release, and so right with its design and long-term legacy, is a fascinating time capsule of a strange era for video games, poised between the dominance of big publishers and retail stores in the 20th century and the rise of indies and online distribution in the 21st. Dunham had begun Dragon Pass in 1996 after a nexus of inspirations came together. He'd started programming in the 7th grade. His first game was, quote, a football simulator that ran on an Olivetti 101 programmable calculator. And as an adult, he became an Apple developer, working on software for the company's ill-fated, ahead-of-its-time tablet, the Newton. I love that the Newton is part of this story. A lifelong board game fan, he was intrigued by strategy video games like Sid Meier's Civilization, which gave players complex simulations and great freedom in interaction. In particular, a statement attributed to Meier had caught Dunham's eye, that, quote, a good game is a series of interesting decisions, which must be frequent and meaningful. Dunham had also been a fan of the complex mythology of world building of the Glorantha setting for many years, particularly stories of the Contestant region of Dragon Pass, filled with strange monsters and struggling clans. He had been intrigued, too, by Greg Stafford's tabletop role-playing game Pendragon, which explored dynasties and generations rather than heroes in their prime, and he'd run a mashup campaign for a while called, naturally, Pendragon Pass. Dunham had started a small software company, A Sharp, with Bowditch, who was also a programmer, not to mention a poet. With her encouragement, he began sketching out ideas for a computer game set in Dragon Pass that would merge strategic gameplay, deep lore, dynamic storytelling, and long-term generational play. I wanted to have characters get born and then grow up and become heroes, maybe, or in some cases, you'll die of old age. And that scale also helped establish that you were going to have long-term consequences, because it had to be something that could matter 10 years later. You know, your kid might have to deal with it. The game Dunham had in mind didn't quite fit in any existing genre. It would be more narrative than an empire-building strategy game, but more replayable than adventure games, which usually told single, predefined stories. He coined the term storytelling strategy game to describe what he had in mind. While he first conceived it as a game for the Newton, the idea soon grew beyond the scope of what the handheld device was capable of. Developing games for desktop Macs in the 90s was financially risky due to the tiny market share, but Dunham and Bowditch found a product called Mtropolis that promised an easy way to create cross-platform UI so they could release it for Windows too. Securing independent funding that would allow for hiring contract artists, writers, and QA testers, the two began working on the game out of their Seattle home office in January 1997. Dunham had been in touch with Glorantha creator Greg Stafford, who provided some design ideas and his blessing. But the real creative workhorse on the project would be tabletop role-playing designer Robin Laws. Already in the process of becoming one of the industry's most innovative designers, Laws had written for a number of games, including Earth Dawn, Feng Shui, and GURPS. And he'd been part of a push for more narrativist role-playing frameworks that prioritized story over systems. He was also a huge Glorantha fan. A chance meeting between Dunham and Laws at a convention led to the latter coming aboard Dragon Pass as a writer, but so many of his ideas worked their way into the final game that he was eventually credited as co-designer. Already familiar with the world's rich lore, Laws could immediately start writing narrative vignettes for the evolving storytelling strategy game, which would, in the end, grow to include over 400,000 words of content. The game that evolved from the collaboration would follow a clan of Orlanthi, one of several human-like races in Glorantha with Bronze Age technology and divinely gifted magic. Newly arrived in Dragon Pass, your clan struggles to establish a foothold while dealing with vengeful undead, awakening dragons, mythical treasures, and dozens of rival clans with their own agendas. Rather than playing as a specific character, you take a God's eye perspective on your clan, setting policies and making big decisions as your people's story unfolds across years and decades. At the game's core is a robust economic simulation reminiscent of one of the earliest text games, Hammurabi. Fields, grain, and cattle must be carefully managed to keep a growing population fed. But the engine in Dragon Pass is far more complex, encompassing magic, religion, exploration, trade, and relationships with the many other clans. One review's list of stuff you do in the game goes some way toward illustrating the simulation's depth. Selecting and managing a balanced pool of leaders to serve as your advisors on the clan ring, of utmost importance. Clan mood management, both your farmers and your warriors taking actions, feasts, etc. to increase the mood. Allocation of cropland versus grazing land versus hunting grounds. Recruitment and maintenance of weapon thanes, e.g. warriors. Building defenses. Conducting full raids, cattle raids, and aggressions on other clans. Sending exploration parties to nearby or distant places to search for treasures or other discoveries, erecting shrines to the 20 or so different gods, conducting sacrifices to learn new magic, essentially the game's technology tree, etc. Trade system for trading goods, cows, food, or establishing ongoing trade relationships. Diplomacy system for creating alliances, tribes, paying tributes, giving gifts, exchanging knowledge, lore, etc. Preparing leaders and sending them on hero quests to trigger special events or gain a unique/powerful advantage. But the simulation is only part of the game, as you take actions, frequent narrative events, which the creators called scenes, interrupt you. On the surface, these seem like vignettes from a branching path story, a paragraph or two presenting a conflict or opportunity, followed by a list of choices for how to respond. But what's happening under the hood is far more complex than it seems. I think this is an excerpt from the game here. Prominent members of the Bayberry clan come to your clan for help. This is not a good thing, we have to say, but our chieftain, Robosart, has gone mad. He makes foolish decisions and will not listen to the counsel of the clan ring. We do not want to risk kinstrife, but something must be done. If you agree to raid us, we will make sure that Robosart falls beneath your blades. Then we will owe you a great debt. And you have options. 1. Demand a specific ward to do as they ask. 2. Do as they ask. 3. Politely decline. 4. Scold them for betraying Orlanthe values. Or 5. Send a delegation to warn Robosart of their intentions. While the text and choices and scenes appear to be static, they are filled with custom specifics tied to the state of the simulation. The Bayberry clan above, for instance, might have been picked for this scene because the player had previously established a friendship with them. The name shown for their chieftain is one the player might have seen while trading or negotiating. The scene manager has an awful lot of flexibility in how scenes are coded so that they can handle all kinds of situations, recalls Dunham. There's a lot of conditionals, there's placeholders, there's a little randomness in them. They won't be the same any 2 times, either because the text will be randomized or sometimes responses aren't available depending on things you've done before. In a way, you could say, oh, S27 is the scene where the visitors from the south show up with their magic instruments, but that's not going to be the same any 2 times because of other contextual changes. To help the player make decisions, the game shows advice from your clan's ring of 7 leaders, drawn from simulated nobles in the clan. The player can change who sits on the ring at any time, and is encouraged to recruit a ring with a range of backgrounds. Each ring member has their own perspective. They might worship different gods, or have different skills and interests, and each gives advice accordingly. That's another excerpt. Renatha, if we succeed in killing their chief, relations with them will improve. If we try and fail, they will get much worse. Heortal, they labor under some kind of curse. This could happen again. Olgard, if you decide to warn Old Madblood, send at least 5 warriors along with our delegate. Enderos, better a specific reward than a vague promise. Maybe they will offer us as many as 25 cows. Ophir, Orlanthi are expected to obey chosen leaders, but since Robusart has gone mad, it could be argued that he is no longer the leader they chose. Harsaltar. Normally I find politics dull, but this is exciting. After weighing advice from the ring, the player must pick one of the available responses, and each will change the simulation in some meaningful way. Some might invoke other game systems, deciding to attack the Mad Chieftain jumps to the game's clan warfare screen. Some responses lead to follow-up questions like bartering over the specifics of a trade or a punishment. Choices might succeed or fail based on hidden tests of skill. A respected leader is more likely to convince her people to take a dangerous action, for instance, and a deception might pit your chieftain's cunning against your opponents. After the results of the scene are shown, leaders might gain or lose prestige. Alliances might strengthen or weaken, goods might change hand, and seasons will advance. And the new simulation state impacts the pool of future scenes now available. If the plan to overthrow the Mad Chieftain is botched, relations with the clan might plummet, unlocking a new scene about a clan seeking vengeance. Choosing to do nothing, however, could weaken your chieftain's prestige and activate a scene where a more forceful leader among your people jockeys for power. Actions have consequences, and the player's choices compound into long-term effects. By the late game, one reviewer noted, every decision you're making is a result of choices made hours ago and the culmination of events that seem inevitable with hindsight. One move at a time, each player builds their own unique story of how their clan survived Dragon Pass, or didn't. Surviving isn't easy. Play reminded one reviewer of a fairly realistic flight simulator and that you can realize your plane is going down, and you know you need to pull up, but there's also all these other buttons and switches that need to be hit at the right time and in the right order to make what seems like a simple maneuver actually transpire properly. He went on to explain. You could have a random occurrence that suddenly leads to a disease outbreak amongst your farmers. The more your farmers spend in bed sick, the less time they spend producing food for your clan. Heal the farmers seems like the obvious answer, just like pulling up in a flight simulator, but it's not that simple. To heal via magical means, you'll need to sacrifice to gods. If you're already low on resources, sacrificing even more can make the situation much worse. Alternatively, you could send out warriors to raid a nearby tribe to steal supplies from them, but the raid could fail, or worse yet, you could overextend yourself and be defenseless if you get raided while your warriors are out on their raid. You could attempt to go out trading for food, but your caravan could be ambushed or not result in enough food anyway. The flexibility of the scenes and their tight coupling to the underlying simulation was enabled by the custom Opal scripting language, or OSL. Opal was the game's original codename. Dunham's goal was to enable a relatively non-technical author, like Laws, to create files that were almost valid code. The notion of the scenarios being almost valid was the key. The system was so complex that Dunham expected he'd need to fine-tune each scene to get it to compile and run correctly. But a clean syntax meant that a non-technical writer could get a scene most of the way there, and that target was far easier to design than a tool that tried to be 100% usable by a technical novice. Speaking to the complexity of the simulation, most OSL scenes are more logic than text. At the top of each scene definition, special functions let the system cast the scene's roles with plausible participants. There's a snippet of code here. I guess I'll kind of read this as much as I can. Scene _52 political trouble. Music, it is bad. Other clan, best relations, known clans. Another clan, worse relations, known clans. C equals chief, Y equals politician, X equals Y dot leadership. Complainer equals male name. Functions to cast clans or characters could even be nested. The following line would set C to a friendly neighboring clan with a strong military. So it says C equals strongest military, parentheses, clans with positive attitude, parentheses, neighboring clans. Variables could easily be referenced in the midst of text shown to the player. The extract below follows after forming an initial phrase like a number of the clan's leading men, depending on the gender of the hidden politician hoping to cast doubt on the current leader. Text. Approach the ring. Their leader, Complainer, has a litany of complaints. Ever since C became chief, Complainer says. Text. D3. Things have gone from bad to worse, / this clan has headed downhill, / our reputation has suffered. Text. Our friends, the other clan. Plural. D4. Ridicule our ancestors, / tell jokes about us as part of their holy day ceremonies, / compare us unfavorably with their livestock, / mock us at every chance they get. Many possible complaints might be situationally assembled based on their current simulation state and the particulars of your clan's current leader. Anti-Alderami character equals C. Text. He, she sends our weapon thanes into the woods on pointless hunts for the plant folk. Pro-Dragonute character equals C, and Dragon Attitude equals hostile or Dragon Attitude equals negative. Text. He, she gives away clan wealth to those fiendish talking lizards. Proverbial character equals C. Text. Half the time when he, she says something, nobody can figure out what he, she really means. We lost our last raid. Text. C is unlucky in battle. Z equals D3, some randomization to the complaints. Z equals L. Text. He, she sings off key. Each possible choice can define the hidden test that controls whether it will succeed and the consequences. In one option for this scene, disputing the allegations, the chief's leadership score is tested against the savvy of the hidden politician behind the complaints. This code is tricky to read, but I will continue to do my best. Test leadership, parentheses C, versus savvy. Win, text, C patiently addressed each of their complaints. He, she exposed one as an exaggeration or misunderstanding until even Complainer reaffirmed allegiance to C as the clan's chosen leader. Mood, plus 20. Lose, text, C started explaining her decisions, but after he, she was drowned out by laughter and then shouted down, he, she fell silent. Mood, minus 5. C. Leadership, minus 0.1. R equals true. I equals true. Go to restart. Each scene also provides many possible bits of advice, which different members of the player's ring might deploy based on their skills and other aspects of the state. The numbers at the end of each line indicate which of the possible courses of action is recommended. 45 means both option 4 and 5 are acceptable to that advisor. Animals greater than or equal to 3 and many cows. No matter what Complainer may say, our herds are strong, and that's what's really important. Animals greater than 3 and few cows. I hate to say it, but Complainer has some good points. Leadership greater than 3. Somehow, I don't think Complainer is behind this. Leadership greater than 4 and not S. Complainer is acting on behalf of someone. Leadership greater than or equal to 5 and S. Unfortunately, Politician does have more of a knack for leadership than does C, and will be able to maintain a strong anti-C faction if we don't ask C to resign. Each scene was a complex miniature program designed to tightly interface with another complex program, the World Simulation, running underneath. Eventually, Laws wrote over 500 scenes, with other team members, including Dunham and Bowditch, pitching in. And A Sharp established a steady pipeline for thoroughly testing story content. At its peak, 12 people were working on Dragon Pass, including artists who created hundreds of hand-drawn illustrations for scenes. It took far longer than originally anticipated, but after 3 years, the game was complete, with total development costs, mostly upfront salaries rather than royalties or other deferred payments, coming to $500,000. Everyone involved was incredibly excited about what they had produced. Here, at last, was a truly interactive story, responsive to the player's decisions, drawing from an enormous pool of content, and steeped in a rich and complex lore. It seemed like a game that might forever advance the state of the art. Excuse me. Just gonna check how much longer this is. Okay, not too much more. The small company's plan had always been to partner with a big-name publisher for release. As the game neared completion, Dunham hit the trade show circuit, scheduling meeting after meeting with distributors. But the uniqueness of his game proved a curse, not a blessing. Publishers at the time were selling games to retail stores conscious of the shelf space allocated to each company and genre. Retail buyers were kind of looking for, we need a role-playing game for this month, and a strategy game for this month, and a sports game for this month. Which one do you have for me? And this wasn't any one of those, really. Publishers thought Dragon Pass was too niche. They literally couldn't place it on the store shelf. And so with $500,000 already invested, A Sharp realized they'd have to publish the game themselves. At the end of the 90s, this was nowhere near an easy proposition. While independent game makers had been releasing shareware for years via BBS, FTP, and the World Wide Web, or selling direct via magazine ads and catalogs, few had successfully marketed a big game with a six-figure budget that way. Worse, the rise of the CD-ROM and the size of a competitive game had ballooned far beyond the bandwidth available to most home computer users who might otherwise have bought one online. Broadband was not yet ubiquitous, and many people still connected to the web via dial-up modem. And there were no established digital storefronts yet for video game downloads, no trusted entities like itch.io or Steam to handle credit card payments and secure game libraries. Putting a game in a box and getting it into a physical store was still crucial to reaching customers. Yet most retail stores would only grant shelf space to big publishers with proven track records. Dunham tried to partner with other small Mac developers in a group called Bunch Media in the hopes that they could collectively negotiate for retail placement, but the measure was largely unsuccessful. Retail stores didn't know who they were, and they didn't have the cash or clout to force their way in. So A Sharp got creative. Unable to afford the massive fees to advertise in large gaming publications, they took out ads in sci-fi and fantasy fiction mags. One ad in Asimov's was headlined, "Played any good stories lately?" They made a demo and got it included on the bonus CDs that came with popular computing magazines. They partnered with local hobby stores to get the game on shelves next to Glorantha role-playing books. They did direct sales on their website, though then, as now, driving traffic there was a perpetual chore. But having to take all those steps without financial support was a massive challenge. We didn't have much cash left for marketing, Dunham recalls, and he had to take out a loan to fund mass replication of game CDs and boxes. Let's look at this ad here. King of Dragon Pass ad from the April 2000 Realms of Fantasy short story magazine, an example of A Sharp looking beyond traditional gamers to find an audience. Skill, wit, strategy, resolve. Do you have what it takes to be King of Dragon Pass? I wish we could get a better look at these screenshots. Puzzle says, King of Dragons Pass is so fascinating. I appreciate it a lot. This is my first time really hearing about it, so it's interesting to read about. To order King of Dragon Pass, visit our website today. In October 1999, the game was finally released to mixed results. The very concept of an indie game, the term had not yet been popularized, was foreign to many review outlets used to the massive hype campaigns drummed up by mainstream publishers. One reviewer noted the novelty of a totally unknown game, a definite surprise in today's world. The game's originality, as well as its complexity, it came with a large and necessary manual in a time when those were rapidly falling out of fashion. Also turned off reviewers, with one describing feeling overwhelmed by the amount of freedom the game provided. Worse, it was a game that didn't show off your fancy new graphics card, a deadly sin in the eye of many reviewers. Some seemed unable to reconcile their instinct to recommend it with their impression that it was commercially non-viable. It is a fabulous and rewarding experience. Please note, however, that artfully presented as Kingdom of Dragon Pass may be, there are 0 polygons in the entire game and no moving pictures of even the most rudimentary, flipping the top corners of a comic digest form. The game is completely narrative. King of Dragon Pass is a number of years too late to be a mainstream title. There isn't even the feedback of moving units on a map a la Civilization. All is static, stead, dull. Still, it has a market. I hope. I surprise myself at the length of apologetics that I am willing to stoop for this obscure little game. I'm trying hard to come up with a potential market, but the low system requirements and artful presentation make it a perfect game for many traditional non-gamers. It is a game that can appeal to folklorists, historians, old-style pen and paper role players, and to other people who probably aren't playing much Quake 3. Who's going to tell them about it, though? As it turned out, almost no one would. Many major gaming outlets didn't cover the game at all. Some that did give it mixed or negative reviews. While a few of those folks not playing Quake did find Dragon Pass, and many fell in love with it, the game would languish in obscurity for more than a decade. But the story has a happy ending. Over time, the game's reputation grew through the slow chatter of word of mouth. It proved fascinating for designers intrigued by the challenge of marrying strong narratives to compelling gameplay, and inspired a small but growing number of further experiments. Among other titles, the popular browser game Fallen London, which debuted 10 years after Dragon Pass, was heavily inspired by its core mechanics as well as its success in marrying strategic decisions with personal stories. The temptation in strategy games is to treat everything as a resource. Effective strategic play means taking a dispassionate, high-level view of events. But King of Dragon's Pass parade of feuds, venality, romance, and nobility keep your feet firmly planted in the soil. It names everyone and everything. It's not much longer. Thanes and priests from the Tree Brother clan come to accuse one of our young Carls, Yanioth, of secret murder. We found our revered god talker, Brenna, dead in the temple, a dagger in her back. The game never misses an opportunity to remind you that a clan is composed of people, not statistics. In the 2010s, the rise of digital gaming storefronts and mobile app stores gave indies an increasing number of routes to finding an audience, even a niche game now that had a way to reach would-be fans. Dunham started wondering whether his game, which began as an ideal for the Apple Newton, might be reborn on the Apple iPhone. Buoyed by a resurgence of interest, A Sharp released a mobile version of Dragon Pass in 2011 and a tablet version the following year, with a revamped UI and engine making their way back to PC and Mac in 2015. This time the game would sell, eventually moving 100 times as many copies as it had in its first retail run. 20 years after being derided as embarrassingly behind the times, it now seems incredibly modern. A recent move towards narrative games driven by quality-based narrative or storylets directly descends from the core Dragon Pass concept of templated scenes both gated by and altering an underlying simulation. In 2018, A Sharp released 6 Ages, Ride Like the Wind, the first of a series of planned sequels. The original Dragon Pass now sometimes appears on all-time best-of lists for both the RPG and strategy genres. Having failed to fit into either at first, it has now conquered both. It sometimes takes many in-game years to become obvious, one modern reviewer wrote of playing Dragon Pass. But this is a world that never forgets. He meant to invoke the way decisions in the game can come back years later with surprising consequences, but the statement might apply just as well to the real-life story of how A Sharp's game became a classic. Sometimes, it takes some waiting for the right scene to come around before seeds planted ages ago can grow. The end. Okay. Thank you all for hanging out. Got a lot done today. And learned about a cool game. Another game I want to check out now. You're welcome. Thanks for requesting it. Alright, let's see who can raid. So schedule. I'm gonna have a bonus stream on Sunday. Do a little more casual world building. So that'll be my next stream. On Tuesday, Murder Club. And a week from today, we'll do more world. Actually, I think a week from today, we will probably do a special stream where I share some games I made when I was 11 or 12. I will announce that more definitively soon, but I think I would love to do that soon, and I think a week from now is going to be a good time. So that's the current tentative plan, but I'll let you all know either on Sunday or Tuesday. Okay, we're going to go say hello to Sonneveld. Surprising no one. Thanks again, y'all, for hanging out. Hope you have a nice weekend. Maybe we'll see you Sunday. But regardless, I'll see you around. Take care. Bye.